7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And Doug, I know you don't like to be told what to do.
No, absolutely not.
But I think the audience needs to be told what to do, because you need to go to the YouTube channel and see that little Jackie Papers is all grown up, and he's all grown up. We knew that he was interviewing for the job at 670 The Score in Chicago, and today is, I believe, the final interview. It's Jackson up against a guy who's 41 and been producing in Sioux Falls.
Ooh.
They are the finalists.
There's a show involving an animal name.
That's correct.
Bob and the Bull.
That's right. Actually, it's Bob and the Bull.
Take City, North Dakota.
And Jackson is all dialed up for this interview. What time is your interview with The Score?
Not the case. Sound story obligations. Doing a sound story this afternoon. Looking forward to it.
You've done more sound stories than damn near anybody. I've never seen you come in here looking like a little,
Doug.
Am I doing
gentleman?
them underdressed? Am I supposed to wear a top coat?
Well, this one's on camera. So, I don't know.
Well,
Maybe
most of mine have been.
What's that?
Are they not all on
Okay,
camera?
that's not my fault when you both talk at the same time.
This guy's loaded for bear.
But I will say we said the same thing, basically. Are they all... I said, are they all on camera or only some of them?
Only some of them.
Okay, Doug said, aren't they all? And I echoed
Most
that.
of them are nowadays. Most.
Right, but we're doing it in the new studio. Looks very
You just
nice.
want to look sharp. You look like a little businessman.
I was told to dress sharp, so I dress sharp.
You do. You look sharp.
Where'd you get the tire from?
The Gap. I don't
Yeah,
know.
it looks good.
Nice. Janine Garofalo.
Coat looks good. The bar is really low in sports radio. If somebody comes in, oh, wow, you combed your hair today.
Yeah. Right.
The bar is so low.
really
Is that a new
is true.
sweatshirt? Wow. Where'd you get that?
I hope that Harrison's brother Master, who's been leading a charge for your termination based on how you come dressed to work, pays you, would you say, homage?
I always say homage.
Well, it's back to our roots tomorrow. Don't you worry about that.
No, is that right? What are you going to be wearing?
Nothing at all if I'm wearing something.
Oh, not at all.
If I'm wearing something.
Follow it.
Little snappy papers. I like it.
Tim, I'm sitting with Herb, Mark, and Herb's ex Saturday. I came across 3 extra tickets, and I know Ho-Chi Papers needed 2 tickets, but I only had 3. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko, who is
you're out.
unhappy that Jackson is not joining him at the Missouri-Alabama game, even though he offered him a ticket.
I don't know what to say to such a ridiculous text at 7:03 in the morning.
Cut that off.
Well, with all your gentlemen callers, you could probably find a third.
Right.
Well, this guy's defeated already.
I don't, what am I
needed
supposed to
2
say?
tickets, he
Like,
had
that's just
3.
like, there's nothing about that was interesting or funny. And like, so I'm just supposed to sit here and just take it, eat it,
All right.
move on.
No, we don't have to.
We did workshop.
I'm dressed like a Bible salesman. Like, come on.
That used to be a thing when people knock on the door and try to sell you books and Bibles.
Encyclopedias, right? Britannica.
Vacuum cleaners.
I had a Jehovah's Witness in Rhinelander, Wisconsin. Tim, I think I was making $12,000.
Oh, humble brag.
And but if you work Sunday night, you got an extra $25. And these guys are knocking on the door. They're like, "We'd like to tell you about Jehovah's Witness, and we're going to let you know about heaven." And I said, "Isn't it a finite number?" They go, "Yes." I said, "Then why are you recruiting so hard? Because it's going to get full." They were not amused.
No. I had to knock on the door once, open it. It was Governor Bob Holden. I said, "Howdy, Bob."
He was selling Bibles?
He was not selling anything except himself. He was running for office.
Oh, was he going door to door?
Yeah, it was just weird to open the door and
That's folksy.
the governor's right there on your doorstep. "Howdy, Bob." That's what I said to him.
That used to be a thing. The politicians would go knocking on doors. Can you imagine that in
Think they'd be-
2025?
They'd be afraid to do that now.
Jesus.
Yeah, it wouldn't play well. You are welcome to get involved. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text line. Today and tomorrow, your last days to get a text inbox name with Jackson Burkett. Let's see. Only one of the 10 texts that I see here sent from 702 to present moment, 7:04 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Needs a name. That's the 636. And he says to respect the hopefully coming peace deal in the Middle East, Cottleville troops have been ordered to stand down as long as the Webster Groves can stop being South County Hoosiers who try to act like 63124 snobs. Attacks will pause. Doug, that person does not have a name saved, but it sounds like the text is coming from Cottleville.
Okay. And he's afraid people from Webster are attacking now?
That's correct.
Odd.
There is a war.
Yeah. They're just not right next to each other or anything. It's strange that those are two municipalities at loggerheads.
A lot of tension.
I guess so.
And we're in Creve Coeur. We can bring them together.
Absolutely. We're the Geneva.
I mean,
of
pot
St.
belly
Louis.
at about 11:15 today. Let's knock this out.
I got spread zone, Martin, at 11 o'clock, so if we can make it 11:35, Riz Stalter and I need to have an emergency board meeting regarding our record.
And Jackson has a formal sound story.
Or the interview with 670 The Score. If 670 The Score was interviewing you today for, let's say, the morning drive producer position, and it increased your compensation by, let's say, 20%. Now, cost of living, going to Chicago, would you take it?
No,
Why not?
because this is home.
How about that?
What if they doubled your pay?
Gone.
I have to consider it. Well, I mean,
You're no true son. Get out.
But like, that's the thing is like, I don't think I would enjoy it as much. Yeah. I know I wouldn't enjoy it as much.
Hey, tomorrow I'll get a beat writer on about the Bears, and then the next hour I'll get a guy about the Bulls, and the hour after let's go back to the Bears.
I'll just be honest. I never had aspirations to be in sports radio. I had aspirations to be on TMA.
How about that, Doug? That was your same career.
Oh, no.
That's how Doug
This is a
started out.
fallback after everything else fell through. It is frightening, though. It is frightening when you're a younger guy and you want to move up the ladder and get a higher paycheck and work in a bigger market. And you move someplace where you know absolutely nobody, have no idea really what you're getting into.
Yeah.
A ton of people have done it. I guess it's part of growing up.
Right. Probably in this industry, it's even more common than others.
Yeah.
Where are the Barrett Power Rankings on producers?
Ooh. Yeah, where are you?
I
Your
think
number one.
Papers
I
is
don't
an
think so.
ascending talent.
I do not think
There's
so.
a guy, Mitch in Toledo, you got to watch out
Oh,
for.
he's good.
Because he
He's
also
very
does a
good.
couple pods. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like if they actually asked me to produce like real station, I'm not sure what you mean.
What if like, Jackson, can you sit in on the fast lane and actually produce the show? Like,
Yeah. When's
like,
your fry segment?
I like to pull clips and stuff.
That Marshy Marsh, who you find attractive but you're not attracted to,
Bingo.
he maps out a program, brother, on
Sure
that
does.
fast lane.
Oh yeah.
Now, we are at war with the fast lane like Webster's at war with Cottleville, but we can recognize that Marsh, number one, is striking and debonair, and number two, he maps out a presentation, Doug. He maps it out.
Does he really?
And he loves the Vikings.
Yeah, the other two producers on the station are like actual producers. I just kind of sit and giggle.
That should be a new segment. Sit and giggle. Right after clearing the deck, Tim. What if at the score they said, so what kind of paperwork? Well, I've got a dossier. Sure, son. What do you put on there? Under construction, clearing the deck.
Free space.
What does that exactly mean? The boys will just, sit and giggle.
This is the Producers Podcast with Brady Farkas.
You could do one of those.
Right.
Beautiful, Timmy. Can you please take me to Mizzou with you this weekend? I'll give you my wife in exchange for a ticket. That's from Hooterville Regional's chief berating officer. My tickets are spoken for, but I believe the Warson Woods Wacko has an extra one that he offered to Jackson yesterday, but Jackson declined because he says he needs two because he wants to go with his buddy Mark.
Yeah.
So Hooterville's chief berating officer, you can offer that ticket to the Warson Woods Wacko, and then as far as what the compensation is, wives or otherwise, you guys can work that out between you. That's not my place.
I think I'm going to end up going.
Oh, my goodness. We buried the lead.
7:09,
Yep.
son. Why didn't you say this at the well, we were talking about your outfit.
Right. Yeah. We were addressing my threads. I think I'll probably end up going.
You got a ticket?
Yep.
Who got it for you, Mark?
No.
Warson Woods
Show
Wacko?
related?
Different friends.
Show related?
No. Not sure.
Daniel Ship.
Daniel Ship.
That's who connected me with the lady whose son was playing football Saturday and needed to sell her season tickets.
Oh, that's nice.
And then I immediately Venmo'd her for rolls.
That's a good deal.
Milk Dud got tickets.
No friend I've mentioned, and I regret mentioning my buddy Mark yesterday, so I won't get back into that whole deal.
You didn't just mention him. You mentioned he was 6'6" and had a great game against Quincy.
I never mentioned that. I didn't know about the game against
Mr.
Quincy.
Siders did.
I played high school with him, not college, but he was a baller. Still
Don't you have a friend named Pootie Britches who could get you tickets? Wasn't he one of those guys who went to Tennessee with you on that little junket?
Something of that
Okay.
nature. Yeah, I think I'm going to end up going on Saturday.
Oh, good.
With some compadres?
Yeah,
Sweet.
yeah, should be fun.
You spending the night?
Probably Friday night.
Ah, same here.
Yeah, head back
How about
Saturday.
me, you, and the Colonel get together and we drink scotch?
You know what's funny?
At Fieldhouse, and we talk to the ladies. Hey, ladies, I'm almost 50.
We're coming up.
They love that.
That exact line, I think, will be the move. I've worked on this program almost 5 years in December, and we've had Gabe on probably 300 times. I don't think I've ever met the gentleman.
He's a
Interesting.
wonderful gentleman.
No, I don't think I've ever met him in person.
I was down there at that camp, and we were going to tape something for a Two Fox venture. He's leaving the building, and I said, Gabe, remember? He goes, oh, yeah, I forgot. I'm like, I go, you were that excited about this segment. He was walking to his car, and I said, remember, we're going to tape. He goes, oh, yeah, that's fine.
I was texting with the Colonel about at 6:53. I see Chairman Kurt sent a link from the Missourian. Doug, do you follow the Missourian on the
haven't.
Twitter
No,
tweets?
not like I
That's
should.
the University of Missouri student-run paper.
Okay.
Down there in Columbia,
Right.
Columbia, Missouri, Martin, saying Mizzou offensive coordinator Kirby Moore reportedly interviewed for Arkansas's head coaching position Sunday, and then the student who reported it has the details. And I got Chairman Kurt, I don't know, you sent this around 5 this morning. I reacted with shock. Then I went to read the story, and I saw the story was from yesterday at 8 o'clock in the morning. And I'm going, well, then how come it hasn't? Then I go to Power Mizzou, and I don't see anything about it. So I'm like, oh, I've got my journalistic responsibilities that I learned while almost graduating from the university.
Close.
Thank
Close.
you. 8 hours.
Yeah.
Texted the Colonel. I said, have you reported that Kirby Moore interviewed with Arkansas? No. A couple people who cover Arkansas have. And then he gives his opinions on their credentials, which aren't necessarily high. And he says, he also says, I'm not sure that he hasn't. I just haven't gotten the confirmation that he has. So as a Missouri fan, you'd go, oh, God, is he interviewing when they're getting ready for Alabama? But the Colonel is not reporting that.
I saw it during the show yesterday. I regret not mentioning, but it was a tweet, and it was somebody that's a reporter of some type in Arkansas that said Kirby Moore on Sunday did a video interview as part of the early vetting process. And then a lot of Mizzou fans, oh, he didn't want to go to that dumpster fire. You know. But if you're Kirby Moore and they say we'll pay $6 million a year for the next 5 years, like, woo.
Head coaching gig.
Yeah, you got to run
the
if you're ever
SEC.
gonna- Yeah.
You don't think they're going to go with Bobby Petrino again, long term?
I wouldn't think so. He's not much of a long-term solution, is he? He's pretty old, and he gets in a lot of motorcycle wrecks with young girls.
What if he has a little bit of a run here, though? I'm not predicting that.
What
but
if he knocks off Josh Heupel? Jackson, would you be happy about that? I mean, those are two of your favorite programs. That's who's going head-to-head this weekend.
Be great.
You'd be delighted.
For Missouri's chances, if Tennessee were to get that second loss, you'd feel really good.
Doug, as I mentioned, we're shooting the FanDuel Spread Zone, Riz Stalter and myself, at 11 o'clock today, right after TMA. And this will not be something, as we pick 7 games, 3 college, 3 NFL, and then our locks. This is something that would not be mentioned on the program, but I'll give it right here. And Jackson, if you want to put this in prediction area, I realize it's somewhat subjective. A coach in the SEC right now, who would you say is on the proverbial hot seat? Billy Napier?
Billy Napier, but
Not anymore.
if his job is on the line, he's Bobby Bowden. He's like the best coach in the world.
Mark my words. A coach, so if we're only talking Napier right now, and if we can agree with that as the premise, it's kind of like when I said, what's Drinkwitz's best win? But we got to agree for the purpose of the conversation that we don't recognize bowls because the automatic default click is to Ohio State. If we can agree that it's Billy Napier at the moment, my official prediction is a name that is not Billy Napier. They will be calling for his head, and it won't just be like on that school's message board by Saturday night at 11 o'clock. That is my official play, because there are too many schools that are kind of teetering playing each other this weekend, for whether it be your boy Shane Beamer, whether it be your boy Brian Kelly, whether it be Steve Sarkisian. Keep an eye on that one. Kalen DeBoer.
Hugh Freeze.
Hugh Freeze. If somehow there's a big surprise down on the plains, and Georgia's only favored by 3.5, which is intriguing. Kirby Smart would have
Second
a second loss by mid-October. I'm not saying they'd be talking about a hot seat there. That guy's got more equity than anybody in the SEC. But point being, there are too many collisions of powerful operations for it not to happen this weekend. So there's my official prediction area. And then it goes back to, I have no idea what the deal with the schedule was last week. My conspiracy there again is baseball needed a little favor, and ESPN accommodated them. That is my official conspiracy theory. 4 games today, though, in Major League Baseball, Doug.
Yeah.
How do you do?
Well, I'm doing fine.
All 4 series can end today.
I gave up on the Yankee game last night. I watched it was 6-1 Blue Jays, and I said, boy, they're just beating the Yankees like government mules. So this one's over. And then I turned it back on an hour and a half later. It was 9-6 New York.
Aaron Judge became the first player to hit a ball that fast, 99.7 miles an hour, and that far in for a home run this year. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, it was right in on his hands. A fastball. How he ever hit it fair, I don't know.
Unbelievable.
Pujols used to be able to do that with really fast hands. But that was a pitch that not very many hitters in Major League Baseball could have kept that in fair territory, much less hit it out of the park.
Cody Bellinger, they said, what were you thinking? He said, just hit the effing pole.
Yeah.
Yanks are back and alive. 4 games today, Doug. All 4.
Starting early on. You can sal in and enjoy the festivities.
Mariners and Tigers, have you been on the edge of your seat watching that one?
No.
Probably not.
Did you see the guy who caught...
Well, he loves Cal Raleigh.
The guy who caught the
Yes.
Cal Raleigh ball, he had a shirt on that said "dump here." It was a Mariner shirt.
Yeah, and I want to be real careful because you're going to get into kink shaming there.
I would get into kink shaming with that. But he had the shirt on. He said, hit it here. Or maybe not in those specific words.
Dump
and then
here.
Raleigh actually hits
it
the
to
home
him.
run ball to him in the stands.
How about that?
That is your first game today. Mariners in Detroit with a chance to advance to the ALCS. First playoff series win since.
I don't know the years, Tim.
For the Mariners, did they win in 2001? Did they win a series?
Correct. They did win a series before losing to the Yankees in the ALCS.
Was that the year they won like 115 games?
Ryan Franklin, friend of the program, was on that team, former Cardinal reliever. So the Mariners with that opportunity today. Then you get the Brewers and Cubs fighting for their lives in Chicago. 6:08. Blue Jays and Yankees. Can that get pushed to a Game 5 as the hero of Game 3 against the Red Sox will be on the mound for the Yankees, carrying his 0.00 postseason ERA. That's Cam Schlittler of Boston, whose family was attacked by Boston Red Sox fans.
Sure, why wouldn't you go after their family?
Yeah, and that
Makes
really
perfect sense.
kind of made it a little hangover for him following what was a magical evening last week. And then the Phillies and Dodgers, with the Phillies and their 96 wins facing the potential end of their season. And what could be that era that has ended with a pennant but has not ended with a world championship. And Jackson said if the Phillies do win the World Series, we'll have a financial crisis. Is that correct?
The history will tell you that.
1929.
1980, 2008.
So I guess we're pulling for the Dodgers.
Well,
because
yeah,
of
I
that?
am now, because I don't care about the Phillies. I care about my money more than the Phillies winning.
What if you were
Does that make me
bet
selfish?
50% of your portfolio to kind of hedge?
Right. Offset the...
Yeah.
No, that's kind of enticing.
See, this is with the Tam Avenue Capital Partners. We don't make dollars, but we do make sense.
Okay.
I would like to see the Phillies come back in this series just to see angry Philly fan have
yeah.
to take back a Schwarber take or a Rob Thompson take.
One of the teams needs to be either New York or Philly so we can keep that rolling.
Oh, yeah. By the way, Tim, I have 2 names for you. Mm-hmm. This is regarding the Kirby Moore report that Arkansas has interviewed him. I've got Riley McCarron
Sounds like a good Irish kid. I support him.
Okay. And then I have Joey Van Zimmerman.
Yeah.
Now, remember last week's show? As everyone's paying attention, last week we had the game.
Oh, no. Not Al Fornicola.
Well, this is what's interesting here. So the real report is Riley McCarron, the Portal guy, has a blog called Hog Beat. So he does tweet about all things Arkansas. And he looks to be a normal reporter. Like he's not a whack job based on his tweets. You know, here's the Arkansas basketball schedule. He's the one who reported that Kirby Moore interviewed for the Arkansas job. But it also pops up on Sports Illustrated, SI.com, which we found out last week when they poached a Gabe DeArmond story.
That was sporting news, in fairness, but Sports Illustrated enjoys the AI as well.
The AI. So the question is, Al Formicola last week had a whole bio, and then it turned out he's not real, we believe.
That's right.
But
he has not tweeted since.
Okay, but wrote the story, quote unquote. So now in SI.com, there is a story about Kirby Moore interviewing with Arkansas.
Okay.
But it comes from Joey Van Zimmerman. So I thought, is this another Al Formicola?
It sounds like a fake name, doesn't it?
So it sounds like a fake name.
Yeah.
Art Vandelay? Joey Van Zimmerman. But it said he's a contributing writer to the Green Bay Packers on SI. He's from Belleville, Illinois, and joined the Missouri Tigers on SI as an intern in 2023. So he has an actual bio.
Wow.
So my theory is, in this AI world that we're a little concerned about stories being poached and the authors being made up, somebody out there from the Belleville area probably knows Joey Van Zimmerman. Doug, standard spelling, Zummeren.
Yeah, Zummeren.
And congrats to him for being a young man getting to write about the Missouri Tigers. So we're going to vet here on the show.
Isn't SI.com kind of shaky, though? Didn't that...
I think they've embraced, as Tim said, they've embraced AI as a source of information. So we'll find out. Joey Van Zimmerman reporting along with Riley McCarron that Kirby Moore is interviewed for the Arkansas job.
Okay.
There you go.
Can we
Doug,
track
it's
down
official.
Joey, Doug, is it Zummerman? Or?
Zummerman.
I've never seen that name.
Zummeren.
Biggest game for Mizzou in 15 years, and their offensive coordinator's interviewing for another job in the SEC. I love to see it. That's from Steven Time, and he wants to see the Tigers get their asses beat on Saturday.
Well, they had a bye week. I'm sure it took one day to fly down there, talk,
They
and fly
said it was
back.
over video.
Well, they didn't do
Even
that.
easier.
So, yeah, he would have had plenty of time.
Joey Van Zimmerman is real. Brother is a member of the fan pin. I follow Joey. He does good works. Thanks. And hashtag free perk. Hashtag ban Sharon. That's from Colts beat writer Brian Henson. And he is not AI. He has
Okay.
worked on this show.
Matter of fact, my dad was Joey Van Zimmerman's principal.
You've
Is
got
that
to
right?
be horse plowing
Really?
me out
Yeah.
here today, Martin.
And it
I
is-
think we got to get him on the show now.
How about that?
Yep.
We got to get
Did
Henson
your dad
on.
just text you?
Yeah.
So he
Because
knows
the
who
Colts
to get.
are
How about
favorites this
that?
weekend. And we got to get Jackson's dad on. Not the guy who enjoys scotch at 4 in the morning.
Not the guy in the barge. We can probably just we try to get Joey on.
Yeah, well, this is a win.
See, you're a real producer.
Yeah. I said I'll try.
This is a win for journalism.
Amen.
We've got a story online that was not AI created. It's Joey Van Zimmerman.
A journalism victory!
Wow, how'd you have that, Papers? You're on your game.
Yeah, that's 670 the score interview today.
Yeah, they're
What was it,
hearing that.
11:15?
They're live listening right now.
Yep, this
See
is
what
the
this
interview.
kid does.
Good morning, guys. Roll damn Tide. That's from Lee's famous foot rubs.
No, why would he send that to us?
Well, he wants to see the Missouri Tigers vanquished on Saturday morning, just like Steven Time does. And I think a number of people, many with 618 and 217 area codes. But Jackson, do you want to see ILL get vanquished on Saturday morning?
No, not at all.
Wouldn't it be great if both Missouri and Illinois won?
Absolutely. If Illinois took down number 1 Ohio State,
Illinois would be bordering on the top 10 then, and
Yeah.
they'd still be dealing with that Indiana situation.
Yeah.
But again, their entire secondary was beat up. And Missouri would certainly be top 10.
yeah, for sure. It'd be awesome. It'd be perfect. I'd be
Blues would
fired
have
up.
that win Saturday afternoon in Calgary, the Saddle Dome.
Yeah, the Saddle Dome. I just wish that the games were at different times. I wish it was 2:30 for one of them and 11 o'clock for the
Right
other.
after you leave Faroe Field, you can head over to what cocktail lounge you going to go to? Faces?
Big 12 is the one it's like my favorite spot in
All
Columbia.
right. And then you can watch the Red River Don't Say It rivalry.
Right.
and Indiana, and Coach Signetti going against Dan Lanning.
That's a 2:30 start, right?
That's like two alphas at Napoli happy hour.
Does that happen?
Yes.
Two bulls go head to head
I don't know if they're bulls
over
or
a
not.
filly in the paddock.
I'm very interested in how
Over
that game
filler
goes.
in the paddock.
I'm very interested to see how that game goes.
There you go. So now I got your Saturday all mapped out.
That
for
sounds
you.
great.
All right. Doug, you're going to head down. We got Jackson taken care of. Now I got to take care of you.
I don't have tickets.
Do you want to?
I have no plans.
You and Nick
to go.
Vaughn need to be there.
Well, I would love to go. I can't justify spending $600, $700, or $1,000 to do it. I can't do that. I've got a
You want me to
washing
include in the
machine.
Tam Avenue Capital Partners cash call this week?
Maybe. My washing machine broke. The dishwasher needed repair. The refrigerator doesn't work. So I got like $2,000, $3,000 in appliances I got to spend here in the next week or two. Oh, I got it bad, and that ain't good.
Martin, you want to help Doug out with the appliances?
We'll start Doug's GoFundMe.
It all went at the same time.
Appliances.
Same time. Ice maker doesn't work. I got to get in there with a blow dryer and unfreeze the ice maker about every 2 weeks so that we get ice.
Well, that's
You ever have to
brutal.
do that?
No.
Put the blow dryer right in there where the ice comes out, melt it all, and then start over, and then 2 weeks later, do it again. Oh, I got it bad. So do I have tickets to the game? No, I don't.
Talk to Jackson's guy. He'll hook you up, the guy that hooked him and Mark up.
Fresh out.
Oh, papers.
Sorry.
didn't even
that's,
think
that's
about
the
it.
truth.
Rent-free, cretin. Rent-freaking-free. That's from Sharon and Clayton, and I have no idea what she's talking
She's
about.
talking about Brian Henson.
That's
He
what
said
she's talking
ban
about.
Sharon.
He said free perk, ban Henson.
Right, and now she's living in his head, rent-free.
I like the word Cretan.
CRETENT?
She spelled it with an I.
I don't know.
CRETIN. I don't know.
I know. I'm fresh off my Joey Van Zimmerman win, so
Yeah,
I'm just going
that
to
was a
sit
big
this
win.
one
So
out.
his brother is Josh Bob Bill, a frequent texter into this program.
Hold on a second. Who is?
Joey Van Zimmerman's brother is Josh Bob Bill.
So
Who
he
shares an
contacted
apartment
us.
building in Tampa Bay with Keisha Gray.
Right,
Gosh,
precisely.
this is a small world.
So I'm
We've had
communicating.
Keisha Gray on the show. We haven't had Josh Bob Bill's brother, who's a
So-
reporter.
So I'm in contact with Josh Bob Bill, and I think we're going to have Joey call in around 8.
This show. Martin, look at
this
what's going
show.
on with this show.
Wow. Look at this. You are. They must be monitoring from Chicago.
They have to be based on what you're doing.
Hey, let's see what this kid does. He said they call him papers and something, and then they just kind of freeball it a lot, he said, and we'll see what they do.
But this is his resume show.
Right. They're listening.
If Mizzou wins on Saturday, I would fear for Kellen DeBoer's life. Philly and New York fans are one thing, but Bama fans have an arsenal of weapons in a not-so-safe in the master closet of their manufactured home. Doug, that's Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
Now, manufactured homes come in two parts. You see them driving down the street sometime on the back of a flatbed, huge truck, and you just like staple the two parts together right at the top of the ceiling. Have you ever seen how that works?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And that's where there's a sage safe where weapons are stored?
Apparently so. And like everyone in Alabama is living in a manufactured home? I don't think so.
It
Well,
does-
Chairman Steve was Listener of the Year.
It does seem to be career threatening when you lose to Missouri, that it tends to get these SEC coaches in deep
That is
trouble.
correct.
Their fan base, we
Bielema.
lost to who?
Fired on the field. Was
Florida coach?
Florida
Got it.
coach, absolutely. Dan Mullen was fired when Eli Drinkwitz dressed up as Darth Vader. I feel like there was another one. Was it Derek Deely? That was Derek Deely?
Maybe.
I think so, maybe.
Some have been fired right before the Mizzou game, and some have been fired right after playing
Yeah.
Mizzou.
But how
Bielema
bad is it really
and
for a coach to get fired and then handed a $40 million
Be pretty
check
sweet.
to go away?
Be pretty sweet.
Cretin. That's a big word for such a derpy tryhard. Thanks. And hashtag free perk. That's Brian Henson, who's monitoring the doo-doo man becoming the NFL's MVP. Doug, my
I hate to see
brother
it
is the
come to this.
Crestwood Coyote, and his brother-in-law is the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Small
That's from
town.
Eric in the Central West End.
Small town.
connected.
Yeah.
Sometimes it feels like there's really only about 1,000 people in the world. You run into the same people everywhere you go.
We've had a lot of connections to the great Jeff Burkett's principal days.
Yeah,
I feel
I'm
like we've
telling you.
had some contact, haven't we?
He's got a coaching tree, too, Jackson.
Clayton Keller is his student.
Yeah.
Who's
Him
Clayton
on the
Keller
show.
play for him?
Utah?
Oh, good. Yeah, because they
This
moved.
guy's getting ready for
Well,
the season
I
tomorrow.
don't remember what their mascot is. Mammoth?
You're
that
killing it? You're having a big show.
Thank you.
You ready to do the Blackhawks post-game show in Chicago?
Oof. Did they win last night?
Doug?
They did not.
They did
They
not.
lost to the
Yeah.
Florida Panthers.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Keith Kachuk was on the program yesterday. Jeremy Rutherford in studio today. There's your Stiefel dossier as the Blues open up the season tomorrow. And if you were going to the Blues home opener, how about going to the opening night rally at Union Station to kick off the festivities, which 101 ESPN will be a part of tomorrow from 3 to 5:30. BK and Ferrario in the Fast Lane will both be broadcasting live from the Enterprise Center tomorrow. Pre-game coverage with Alex Ferrario starts at 6, all leading up to puck drop with your Blues. Hosting the Minnesota Wild at 7 p.m. Catch all the action tomorrow, 101 ESPN. The program is called TMA. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen and has been for a couple of years. And Brown and Crouppen just extended their presenting sponsorship of TMA, and we are very grateful for their support. Andy Crouppen in studio yesterday, and we'll hear from Terry Crouppen, and we'll hear from Ed Herman, and they come in the studio. And why can they come into the studio? Well, because they are local. And if you're in a spot where you need a personal injury attorney, wouldn't you want somebody who is local? Brown and Crouppen is. They know the legal environment in St. Louis because they've been doing it here in the metropolitan area since 1979 when they were founded in St. Louis. 314-222-2222, 314-222-2222, or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. At Brown and Crouppen, after an accident, money can be tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. With you here on the program. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
hear the cheer. Stanley's calling, the cup is near. Nice. Fast on the puck, we're setting trends. St. Louis pride, it never ends. Go Blues, hit the groove. Come on. Joe's got the vibe, let's bust a move. Thomas on the ice, we'll take the prize. Beat the Jets to the cup, we ride.
Is that auto-tune right there?
The city's behind us.
It's TMA with T-Pain? Is that T-Pain?
I don't know who it is, Tim.
I don't know if you can have auto-tune if the person singing is already a robot. You know what I'm saying? Putting the hat on the hat a little bit there.
Putting the hat on the hat. The Blue Season opens up tomorrow night. And Jackson, did you write this column for The Athletic with 10 bold predictions for 2025, 2026?
I ghost wrote it.
But Jeremy Rutherford's taking credit for it, like Al Fornicola.
Yeah, this is just, it's part of what I do.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeremy Rutherford's going to be in studio with us. That's coming up on the Stiefel Dossier. He is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. JR in studio taking your two-part questions. That comes your way at 9 o'clock here on the Morning After, a show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen that you can listen to on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN app, and you can watch and talk with other TMA listeners, 175 of them in the TMA YouTube chat. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates, and with this forecast we have and what we have coming up on the St. Louis sports calendar, brother, it would pair wonderfully with a Michelob Ultra. Doug, let me be your sommelier and get you a Michelob Ultra. It will pair wonderfully
I'm sure it
with
would.
Blues hockey tomorrow night, St. Louis University High School in Chaminade on Friday, Missouri and Roll Tide on Saturday, and ILL against Ryan Day on Saturday. Hello again, everybody.
Well, hello. You going to the high school game, are you? You mentioned that.
Nah, I'm going down to Columbia right after my son's out of school tomorrow.
Okay.
Friday night's pizza night. Jackson told me to go Pizza Tree. My wife's really adamant on Gumby's.
I mean, it's a classic. Can't go wrong.
Isn't it kind of a late night, I'm sketched out thing, though?
Yeah. They have something called like the stoner pie, and it's covered in like mozzarella sticks and chicken nuggets.
Oh, on top of the pizza?
Yeah, it's wild.
Oh, for God's sake.
mozzarella
That's something I'm
stick?
not really into. I think it's a little much. I'm anti mozzarella stick as it is.
Yeah.
Fried cheese, not really my thing.
Boy, once again, shaming the working man.
I saw some bit about this where like a guy was like, "Hey, would you have 8 cheese sticks for your appetizer for your meal?" It's like, no. It's like, all right, how about I deep fry it with red sauce? They're like, yes, sign me up.
Sounds like an artery clogger.
Yeah.
Comedy bit in the
Kinda
back
tasty.
of the
Kinda
So there
tasty,
you go, Martin. You're a
Papers.
meat and potatoes guy.
Come on, let's go up to the Applebee's. What do you say after the show? You and me, we could just get a spread of apps. And a lot of them will just be fried cheese.
I love appetizers.
Call
I
it
just think,
tapas.
I think there could be something a little better.
What do you want, an oyster on the shell?
No, I don't really do it.
Caviar.
Too slimy.
What's your favorite app?
Wow. Well, let me
Are you
think on that.
anti-cheese? You like a little cheese and cracker?
Can chicken wings be an appetizer?
Sure.
Then chicken wings. Not even a question.
Or what's number 2? Haha.
Toasted ravioli's got to be up there, right?
Yeah, T-Ravs are great. Love a T-Rav.
Grilled mushrooms, you like that?
No, not really.
Oh, I love those.
Yeah. I like tomato and onion. Weird, I know, but
Like cold?
yeah, like big tomatoes and onions. You put some balsamic vinegar on there. Pretty delicious.
I guess you aren't American, Jackson. Fried cheese is what freedom is all about.
Thank
Go
you.
to Europe, Libby. That's from Bano.
The difference is I have no problem with anybody and what they eat. I just choose not to eat it, which
So
is
you
the definition of freedom.
It seems fair. On the surface,
Yeah.
it would seem fair.
Bruschetta. That's my answer.
Ooh.
Delicious.
So you want me to get bruschetta from Gumby's
I wouldn't recommend
the
it.
3-year-old?
I think you can make it yourself. You know,
in a hotel?
the Plowboy did.
You know it's a fancy joint if they've got a pool table. And I believe Gumby's has got a pool table.
Nice.
Of course, BMI Martin likes mozzarella sticks. That's from
BMI Martin, that's your
BMI
name?
Martin.
Eric in the Central West End.
BMI Martin.
I stand with the people. And by stand, I mean sit at a table and eat some mozzarella sticks.
Sure.
I think you got to revisit this.
All right.
I'm with you, Mr. Tim. All love to Mrs. McKernan, but Gumby's and Wise Guys are best when inebriated. Thanks, and make sure it's gluten-free. #free perk. That's from Brian Henshin.
Okay.
Who
Seems to have the day off. It's readily available.
He's booked and we'll call it 8. That's from Josh Bob Bill. Is that you communicating with Josh Bob Bill about his brother appearing on the show on the Stiefel Dossier?
Yeah, 8 a.m. We'll have him calling.
How about that, Doug?
Oh,
this guy's
wonderful.
producing on the fly to show
Really is.
Chicago what he can do.
Yeah.
This is my moment.
Is Gabe getting cut? Because Joey Van Zimmerman is the lead writer on the Missouri Tigers on SI.
No.
Okay.
Sports Illustrated has a lead writer from Missouri?
Primarily covering football and basketball.
Wow.
Also contributing writer to the Green Bay Packers on SI. From Belleville, Illinois.
How about that? Is he a Lancer or a Maroon, Doug? Because I need to know where somebody
went to
high
Wolf Branch.
It's hard to keep
school
them straight.
to try to prejudge them.
If you went to Wolf Branch, it would be Belleville East. Oh boy, now my dad's gonna. If I'm wrong there,
You stepped in it.
if I'm wrong there, my dad's gonna.
And West is the Maroon. God, we've only been in this market.
West is Maroons.
And
Almost positive
East is
he
the
is.
Yeah, I
Lancer.
remember
But
they
what, he could be a
picked me
Crusader.
off.
Could maybe went to Althoff. You never know.
Yeah, that's true.
Wait a minute. This guy hates mozzarella sticks and dogs. Get the hell out of here, Hochi Papers. That's from Big Tuft.
I don't care.
Clip that off.
I don't care.
All right, Jeremy Rutherford, who is going to be with us coming up at 9 o'clock, has made his 10 bold predictions. Jackson claims he ghost wrote it. It does have Jeremy Rutherford's name by the byline. Doug, do you want to go with any of his bold predictions? Because I would imagine you didn't get a chance to read this.
No, I didn't.
Want to fire any what would be considered bold predictions to see if you match up with JR?
Predictions on the Blues upcoming season.
That's correct.
A bold prediction.
That's correct.
Did you say this upcoming season?
That's correct. This is a delay tactic.
With JR.
That's correct.
About hockey related.
Correct.
The bold prediction, I would say that they would reach the conference finals.
Oh, wow.
That'd be bold, wouldn't it?
Now, this is Doug's bold prediction, or is he guessing
Trying
when
to
I'm
match
guessing-
JR's.
Cairo gets 40, that kind of stuff?
That's exactly right. And he does have some of those kinds of numbers in his column. With regard to the standings, he doesn't go anything with the postseason, but he has the Blues finishing 3rd in the Central. There, I said it. The Blues are a division contender in the Central Division. Yes, I know they're still in the same division as the Avs, Stars, Jets, Wild, and Rising Mammoth. But with Montgomery at the helm from day one, and after adding some much-needed depth at center, I believe a team that nearly upset the President's Trophy winning Jets in the first round of last season's playoffs is better equipped this season. And if they're not, just come back here mid-season when I reevaluate these bold predictions and rip on myself. There's Jeremy Rutherford.
Okay.
He's got some wiggle room there.
He says Lucic signs, but then gets released. He says it's not easy what Milan Lucic is attempting to do, claw his way back into the NHL at 37 years old. If he would have been let go from his professional tryout, DBA, PTO, everyone would have said, I told you so, but he hasn't been let go, at least not yet. And there's a chance that he could be signed to a contract or have his tryout extended. I've thought for a couple of weeks that the Blues want Lucic on the roster, and there is a strong possibility it'll happen, but the NHL's a fast league, and it's more difficult than ever for vets, especially ones who've been out for 2 seasons, to keep up. So while Lucic might become a Blue at some point, it doesn't mean he'll stay a Blue the entire season. A few months may end unceremoniously with an eventual release from his contract.
Okay. Well, does that count as a bold prediction?
Sounds like you want to fight Jeremy Rutherford.
Wow.
You're going to
Fight him.
have your chance at 9 o'clock.
Okay. It just seemed like it was kind of a long shot to begin with.
How about this one? Jordan Binnington's going to get in a fight.
Well, yeah, it'd be hard to argue with that. He usually gets
I
in
like
one.
that being on the list because you're just kind of off the menu of who scores the most goals, how many wins do they get. I like Bennington getting into a fight.
That's
I
a
like
nice
that.
play. Fans will want Justin Falk to stay. I would tell you that might be in the bold category. I feel like he might be the new target. They kind of, over the last decade, Martin, can you name, I'm thinking of 3.
Okay, we went from Bouwmeester
Yes.
to, I think Pareko might have
Yes.
absorbed some of that.
Oh, God,
Bouwmeester,
yes.
but I didn't know the order. And then Kairu's
Yes,
been owning
there
it
we
for a
go. We're
while.
on the
So
same
now-
page.
So
Eric
now we're on to
Brewer
Falk.
before them.
Oh, yeah.
That poor fella.
Man, you go
Traded
back
for 44.
to number 44.
Oh, by the way, Prongs texted back yesterday. I said, you're welcome to come on the show this week. You know, it's the beginning of the season and all that. And he said, yes, let's follow up. My book comes out in April. And I'm like, I don't know what that means.
So it sounds like as opposed to getting ready for the regular season, he'd like to come on and get ready for the postseason.
I said, sure, but any time is fine with us. So the books, first of all, I didn't know he had a book, but that's coming out in April. I guess he'll join us at some point between now and April.
All right, Doug, there it is. Jackson put that on the Stiefel dossier.
You got it.
Put him in down there by the Predictionary. When will Pronger call the show? Book comes out in April.
Before or after April is your...
Harrison's brother Master is not happy now with Jeremy Rutherford.
No.
He says that Falk take is asinine. So there it is. It does sound like 72 is now the one that will
What
be
was the Falk
focus.
take? I apologize.
Blues fans will want Falk to stay.
That's a hard one to gauge, though, because opinion could be split, as it usually is. He's, I guess, the old man on the team now, right, at age 33.
No, operating on the premise that Lucic will not be on the team, then yes.
Which Shin?
Braden Sheen. He's.
What do you got, Doug? What do you got? The roster there?
He's 34.
There you go.
He's got Dvorsky playing 30 games at right wing. How about that?
That's bold.
That is bold. And let's see what else. Thomas and Kyrou reunite. He says, this is called hedging your bet. If Snuggerud doesn't stay on the top line with Thomas, then Blues coach Jim Montgomery will put Kyrou on Thomas's side. It's not like Thomas and Kyrou haven't played on the same line. Last season, they were on the ice for 265 minutes of 5-on-5 play. But that's nothing compared to the 767 minutes that they didn't play together when both were in the lineup. But he says he's hedging because he's got Snuggerud winning the Calder, Doug. Rookie of the year. Hello again, everybody.
That'd be nice.
So that would be a hell of a story if that one comes in. But operating on the hedge, if Snuggerud doesn't stay on that top line, meaning he's not going to win the Calder, then he would put 25 and 18 back together.
Yeah, that is sort of hard to figure out. So if Snuggerud's going to win the Calder, he's probably staying with Thomas on the top line.
Yeah.
But Thomas and Kyrou
what JR's
will
doing.
reunite. Okay.
He's got Holloway scoring 33 goals.
Take your shirt off.
How about that?
I'm not sure the two things are related. I'm going to get 33 goals. Now, please take your shirt off.
Take your shirt
No,
off.
that's what he tells other people to do.
Okay.
He's bold. Holloway 33. I'm going to go under on that, but I like Holloway having a big year. Do we have any Blues? Why don't we do some Blues Predictionary tomorrow, Jackson, leading into the season?
Guys, did you see the Blues announced all new in-game experience, including a new goal song? My bold predictions that the new song will be from Rodgers and Hammertoe. That's from Possible Burner.
Probably should be. They've come up with some great songs.
Great.
As good as any I've ever heard it in a
Is that a real deal? They're getting rid of the goal song, which was by The Urge, I believe? I didn't know that.
Jackson, do we have that song?
Oh, I can try to pull it up.
The actual goal or the new one? Do we have a review?
I don't know what the new one is. I don't know if they've announced it, have they?
Well, that's what the text just said, is that the Blues announced a new goal song.
Gotta do some show prep, man.
While picking out the snappy attire,
Right.
do some show prep.
Right. Now, do you guys
both.
know what the...
No, that's a producer.
I have a but I have a feeling people won't like it. I think they like that goal song.
They say
Well, they hated it initially,
Right.
but then they liked it. That's the St. Louis brand. Blues writers are such homers. Andy says every year Kyrou is going to score 50 goals. I guess he's talking about Andy Strickland. Did Strickland say that Kyrou scored 50 this year?
I don't know.
That
Jackson, I
seems to
didn't
be an
catch.
embellishment there.
Did Andy Strickland say someone's going to score...
Jordan Kyrou.
50. I don't think that's been stated.
Yeah.
Ever.
I'm not as locked in on that kind of topic as most, but you never know. I'm trying to find out what the new song is.
It's all right.
The new open show unfolds to a brand new cover of War Pigs,
War Pigs.
but I don't know if that's the goal song.
And the one they were doing was the one that went,
Yeah.
hey, that, they're getting rid of that? I kind of like that.
I don't know if they're getting rid of that or the what's the difference between that and the open song? I don't know.
I just don't know.
I'm trying to read this and it's...
Go back to Saints Go Marching In and Home Whites and get rid of that soft Amarin power play dance song. Play Gloria.
That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove.
Yeah. I would like Glory after a win, at least.
Martin, do you want Gloria to come back?
No, I think it had its time and place. I think you can just every once in a while play it for fun, be cheeky.
I don't think they ever do, though. I haven't heard it since 19.
Apparently, it's not a new goal song. It's new for the open of the game.
It's new for the open of the game.
Like
What does
they'll
that
play a
mean?
big video presentation
Right.
Okay.
before they hit
New
the
song
ice.
for that. Right.
And that's War Pigs?
It's a cover of War Pigs, yeah.
What exactly is a war pig?
I don't know. It's a Black Sabbath song, but it's a cover of it.
Guys, I'm doing my bold predictions for the upcoming year. The average BMI of Blues fans this season will break 25 for the first time since the McRib being introduced. That's from Steven Time. So he's got Blues fans' BMI going over 25 this year, and he's got Missouri getting worked over by Alabama on Saturday. Steven Time is shorting the local market.
When was the last time you had a McRib, Doug?
Good question.
It's probably been 20 years or so.
Yeah.
Why don't we go out and get one today?
If it's so popular, why do they ever take it off the menu?
I think
Special time.
drum up interest.
Only available certain times of the year, Doug.
You would think if you sell millions of them, you'd always want them out there.
Maybe the right pig has to be raised. You know, the boy pig.
McRibs come from boy pigs?
Speaking of pigs, Doug, this sounds made up, but it's not. A war pig was traditionally used to counter war elephants because the elephants were startled by the squealing pigs.
And how do you teach them to go into the war zone and attack the elephants?
They would set the pigs on fire,
Jeez.
and the squealing scared the elephants.
Took a dark turn.
So vivid.
Okay.
I would like to see Chairman's Google search history over there because he helps us with the randomness of the show with the immediate search. War Pigs.
And who was in these wars that were sending pigs aflame towards
I'm
the
not
elephant?
sure who the two sides were, but I can tell it was used in the siege of Megara back in 266 BC.
Oh, okay. So it's been a couple of years.
It's an opening hype video, and they make a new one every year. Maybe you guys should get to a game now and then. You know, since you are on the station that is the official station of the team. Just a thought. Doug, that's Sharon in Clayton.
She ripped us a new one right there.
Soapbox is tall.
She let us have it. Okay. We apologize, Sharon.
You can text
go to
it as
more.
well.
Sure,
whatever. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. If you'd like to hold us accountable, you can call in to do so. Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. I've scheduled my furnace tune-up for the fall and winter months with the great Seth Goldcamp and his team, and it was easy as can be. It probably took me, I would say, 45 to 50 seconds. Went to DesignAirService.com, clicked on two buttons, and then the next thing I know is I've got it set up here for the end of the month with Design Air Heating and Cooling, making sure my furnace is ready to go for the colder weather. You can do the same thing. Just go to DesignAirService.com. Martin is a client. Doug is a client. I am a client. And Design Air Heating and Cooling is the longest running sponsor on TMA going back a decade. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com and sponsor of our email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, which you can compete for by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. All right, coming up here at 8 o'clock, what do we have, Jackson? Tell the people what we have, because this is you producing on the fly, brother.
Yeah, Joey Van Zummerman is calling in from SI.
Sports Illustrated Zone, and also TMA listener Josh Bob Bill's brother?
Yes. And
he shares an apartment building with Keisha Gray in Tampa Bay?
yes. And my father was the principal of some of his brothers, Josh Bob Bill included. I think my dad retired the year before he got to Wolf Branch Middle School, but safe to say friend of the program.
Amen.
And he has the report, right, about Kirby Moore doing a video interview with Arkansas on Sunday.
We were talking about
And the
that
Blues new
early
hype
on.
video?
And the Blues new hype video, and maybe some Packers inside.
Joey Van Zimmerman, we saw the name. I was interested in his story, so I clicked on it because last week we had Al Formicola, who had a rather formidable resume, but it turned out he wasn't real. So we were doing a little on-air vetting since Van Zimmerman is from Belleville. Turns out, all kinds of connections.
So he is going to join us at 8 o'clock. Jeremy Rutherford in studio on the Stiefel dossier. That's coming your way at 9 o'clock. And you can send in two-part questions for JR when he joins us. He's presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And then we wrap up the program, as is the tradition, with the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com is how you can compete. Carlos Spicy Wiener, who's going into the TMA Hall of Fame, says, bold prediction, Mizzou will beat Bama and Jackson will turn down a female mid-cranberry vodka once she says, let's go back to my place and heat up some mozzarella sticks. It's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
I would turn that down.
You would?
I don't know. I wouldn't say that necessarily. It's not like a hard stance.
But if she said, hey, let's go back to my place and have mozzarella sticks, you'd be less inclined to do so.
Do you think that's ever led to any sort of
Light hand play?
sexual interplay at all?
Mozzarella sticks?
It starts with mozzarella sticks, it ends with
Probably
love.
not. Probably
I
not.
just don't see that happening. You know,
Yeah, you're on two different wavelengths.
how'd you guys meet?
Have you ever been to Wisconsin?
Yeah, that's where it's
Oh, never
going
mind.
down.
My dad did. I didn't realize Wolf Branch had fifth grade, so my dad was his principal.
So it'd be
officially.
nice right here if you apologized.
I apologize to the Illinois education system as a whole.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this was a middle school that included fifth grade?
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, earlier in the show, I do a little text audit. No friend of mine, but Mr. Siders said to Jackson, anti-mott stick, get pegged. That's it. That's the message to
That could be
you.
a T-shirt. That'd be a nice little holiday T-shirt.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, friend of the program, Josh Bob Bill's brother, who writes for Sports Illustrated and has the Kirby Moore Report, is joining us coming up. In the next segment, Jeremy Rutherford, presented by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies at 9 o'clock. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
How about a trip to Scotland next summer? We'll have mozzarella sticks. We'll have some whiskey. We're going to have all kinds of fun. Cruising on the lovely Loch Ness, leaving on June 15th. Plenty of time to plan this out. Going to go to the historic capital of Edinburgh, the famous castle there, the Victorian city of Glasgow. I've had some friends who have traveled all over the world. We're debating Edinburgh and Edinburgh. It doesn't matter. It's a beautiful...
Here on the internet.
Doug is part of this now.
Look at it. Oh, the computer,
yeah, the computer
went off.
crashed.
Doggone it.
We'll do a remake on this. Edinburgh. I think, you know what? Tomato. It's fine. The point is you're going to Scotland, Doug. The legendary Isle of Skye, the amazing Orkney Islands, little whiskey distillery, the bagpipes. Going to be such a beautiful trip. Chance to go. My wife's been wanting to go to Scotland for years, and now it's happening. Colette will handle all the details, flights, meals, hotels, local experiences. The only job you have is just to have a great time. Don't miss out. Join me by calling our friends at Altair Travel. 314-968-9600 or go to 101ESPN.com to learn more. Beautiful, spectacular Scotland next summer. Call Altair at 314-968-9600.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. We got more MLB playoff action this evening with the Dodgers taking on the Phillies right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 7:30, first pitch at 8:08 p.m. There's another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN, the show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, the 8 o'clock hour, which we are now in, presented to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, a gentleman by the name of Jackie Papers, who is wearing his Sunday best.
Dressed to the nines.
I am wearing my Sunday best.
Is on the ones and twos, and this guy is putting on a producing clinic today. We think, Martin, Doug, and myself think it's because he is leaving us to go to 670 The Score. His contract is up, and, when a free agent hits the market, other places take notice, and it's been a good run. 5 years that's about the shelf life, and it'll be fun, though. It'll be fun. We'll come and visit you.
This is your Michael Hellman moment.
Michael Hellman.
I have to say M-I-Z sheepishly.
This is your chance to move on from the Twins to the Cardinals.
That's right. So on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Jackson, we have
Joey Van Zummeren. Zummeren? Well, we'll ask him.
We'll edit that out for 670 The Score.
They appreciate the thoroughness.
C-U-M-M-E-R-E-N.
Making sure you get it right. I apologize.
Standard spelling.
We'll explain why Joey is with us. Good morning, Joey.
Good morning. I appreciate y'all having me on to let me prove that I'm a real person.
Yeah,
Sounds like a real
What an
guy.
honor.
Yeah. Joey, we've got all kinds of connections to this program, as I understand it. So what is the backstory? Your brother, Josh Bob Bill, has been a longtime texter into the show. I know that. And then
Right.
you went to school where Jackson's father was principal. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And then my brother Josh had producer Jackson's father as a teacher in fourth grade, I believe. And then, he was my principal and substitute teacher for a few days as well.
How about that? And then Martin, we had this Kirby Moore story that he interviewed with Arkansas for their coaching vacancy on Sunday. And then Martin looked into it, and we had the situation. I don't know if you're familiar with the Gabe DeArmond Sporting News AI situation from last week. But because of that, Martin was wondering if there was an AI situation here, and it turns out no. You are really with Sports Illustrated, and even more exciting, you're a real-life human being.
That's a treat.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you always got to be skeptical of what you're reading, if it's real or not these days. So, yeah.
Well, and I clicked on the bio to see, because the story with the Sporting News, they created a fake bio for the AI author. So I clicked on Joey Van Zummeren, and it said, you're from Belleville. So I said, we can easily solve this with the power of this show and the reach all the way over to Belleville. And lo and behold, your brother listening.
Yeah,
and,
Jeff Bob Bill.
And then Jeff Burkett listening. So first of all, congratulations on being a real human. That's a big step. And so tell us, so you work for Sports Illustrated. Are you based in Columbia or are you here in the greater St. Louis area?
Yeah, I'm based in Columbia. I grew up in Belleville, O'Fallon area. And then I go to the school now. I'm a junior.
All right.
And the big story you have this week is that Mizzou offensive coordinator Kirby Moore has interviewed for the head coaching job at Arizona. Can you tell us more about
Arkansas.
that? That's right, Arkansas.
Yeah, so this was a report from Riley McCarron, who runs the Arkansas on 3 site. So, like I said, it was a quick Zoom interview call. Obviously, just seems like Arkansas is doing the early work for this position. It does seem like they definitely do have some high-profile candidates they are looking at for this job as well. So, take it with a grain of salt to a certain extent as far as where Kirby sits on that priority list. At the very least, too, Bobby Petrino is wanting that permanent position as well. And I do think mainly, they're wanting to do their due diligence. I do think Kirby is certainly going to get head coaching offers this offseason, just like he did after the 2023 and 2024 season, his first 2 seasons with Missouri. I think this year is going to be no different. And I think with each increasing year, it's going to get even more difficult for Missouri to hold on to Kirby.
I think that there is an understanding amongst those who follow Missouri closely that Kirby Moore has 2025 left with the Tigers, and he will be moving on. I think that is expected.
Right.
I think the Arkansas thing and then the timing of it is what I think for Missouri fans who are concerned about this are going, oh, this isn't good because it's Alabama week. That, I think, is just a distraction, and I think that's where it got some attention.
Sure, and I absolutely understand that. I mean, I think, obviously, that this past weekend was the bye week for Missouri. Coaching staff obviously spent all week preparing for Alabama, looking at that tape, but I absolutely understand kind of that concern, and I just don't think, like, the coaching cycle in college football right now is such a mess, really, because there's no real great time to do it, especially because the transfer portal is so close after the end of the season, how quick you get a guy in that's going to be able to establish any sort of connections and be able to work in the transfer portal. So, I get both sides of it, but ultimately it's hard to say, too, without knowing how big of a deal, per se, this interview was, how long it was, how much went into it.
And looking at some of Joey's postings at SI.com, there's a story that says, is the matchup against Alabama the biggest of Drinkwitz's career, the extra point? And we've talked about it on this show. We think for sure if he gets the win, it's the biggest of his career. And I get the sense, too, the fan base that's excited about the program, all the wins, the sellouts, but kind of waiting still for that signature win. I think Drinkwitz would say, hey, we beat Ohio State. But I think a lot of the fans are saying, okay, we want to beat one of these SEC big dogs at some point. Do you sense that, I guess, from around the program even?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's hard to say, especially going into a week like this. This team is very well trained as far as not overhyping a game. They're not going to really build it up more than it needs to. But yes, at the very least, like you guys said, I think with the fan base, you look at the Cotton win. I mean, I would say Missouri, I can't remember if I think they were favored to win that game, especially with Ohio State really treating that like a consolation prize and not having their big starters in that. And so I agree with you. I think the with it being Alabama, of course, like it's kind of twofold. Of course, it's you win this game and then you really, like I argued in that post, you can probably still afford losses to Oklahoma and Texas A&M. If you win the rest of your games there, you're still probably in good position to make the college football playoff. It's that. It's also the fact that, like you said, it's a SEC powerhouse that for all that Missouri has accomplished in these past 3 years, they haven't got a win over LSU, Georgia, Alabama.
How about this fun fact, Martin? I know you love Tiger Talk. Were you listening to Tiger Talk last night?
I missed Tiger Talk last night.
Tiger Talk last night.
Back at Harpo's this year, I believe.
That's so on Tiger Talk last night, this little fun fact, which was really surprising to me. Take a listen to this. Missouri and Alabama is the first time that Missouri has hosted an opponent with both teams being in the AP Top 15 since. Anybody want to take a guess? And maybe here.
The Oklahoma game?
Nope.
Because Mizzou wouldn't have been in the top 15.
That's correct.
Oh.
One of the Nebraska games with Pinkel?
Nope.
No.
Anybody?
Can we have a hint, please?
Warren Powers.
I got it.
You do have it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I know it was September 21st, 1979 against Texas.
I mean, this guy, he might. Now I'm thinking he is AI. Now I am thinking he's AI. We're having a conversation with ChatGPT. Yeah, and they lost 21-0. Yeah.
What was the question, Tim? Please repeat it.
You got to go back to September of 1979. Wow. How about that? I couldn't believe that stat. I think some people were like, but it's AP and both being in the top 15 and the game being at Fro Field. Because you might go, well, what about Missouri, Kansas? Or take your pick of when Oklahoma was number one. But both being in the top 15 at Furrow Field. You got to go back to 1979. How about that? And Drinkwitz said, well, then we hope we don't repeat history since it didn't go well against the Longhorns. in that one. But yeah, that's how far you got to go back.
Joey, in your journalistic endeavors down there at Mizzou, do you ever have to make a prediction on the game? Because I would warn you, you might get the drink dunk if you pick Bama to win and Mizzou happens to pull the upset. We saw that play out with the Kansas game. Do you have to make bold predictions?
No, absolutely not. In fact, I make an effort to stay away from it. I did that before the whole Zach Sweet debacle, and definitely away from it now.
Oh, really? So that was the end of it.
Yeah, it's a good call. It's a good call. As the Colonel said, Gabe DeArmond, friend of the program, there really is very little upside. So that's probably a wise move on your part.
No, I think you pick Mizzou to win and you tweet it out everywhere. And then if they lose, the first thing at the press conference, Coach, I picked you guys to win.
Yeah, that's a good plan. I'm on your side.
Well, the first rule of journalism is always to make it about you. Is that right?
That's it. Boy, you're going places.
25. Have you listened to this show?
Yeah, it sounds like you've been listening for a while. Certainly your brother has. Have you been down to your brother's apartment building and met Keisha Gray?
No, I've not. No, I've been to his place though.
Yeah, he's a Tampa guy, right?
He actually moved back from Tampa just about a year ago.
I guess rent got too high with Keisha in the building.
Or she was too loud.
That's certainly possible.
Well, we really like logistics on the show. We just outed Josh, Bill, Bib, Bob, whatever.
Right.
Bill,
Biv,
Biv DeVoe.
Bill Biv DeVoe, Poison, Toomey.
Yeah.
Congratulations on surging early on in your career. And really, congratulations on learning the first rule of journalism, which is, Doug, make it all about yourself.
Are you planning to make a full-time career as a sports writer, or are you just majoring in journalism
This is where
because it's
Doug
easy?
does his Scared Straight program.
Of course, I mean that's the goal.
What's the ultimate goal?
The ultimate goal would be, I mean, what I'm doing now I like college, I like NFL, so NFL football beat reporter.
Okay.
NFL. But you can learn from Brian Henson, who pretends to cover the Colts.
Well, that was
What?
CBC on CBC crime. Enjoyed the conversation, and don't be a stranger. Thanks so much for joining us here on super short notice.
Absolutely appreciate it, guys.
All right, thanks, Joey.
There he is, Joey Van Zummeren, correct?
Yeah.
Sports Illustrated, and both covering Missouri and the Green Bay Packers. Not a bad gig when you're still in the ski wall. Tip of the cap. And Doug, you love that he learned the first rule, which is make it about yourself.
Yeah. Well, if you want to go big.
I do play the cello.
There's Keisha right there, Martin, as you can imagine, an incredible interview.
The biggest guy in our business right now is Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
Certainly all about him.
Right. Seems like the formula is set.
Right.
Well, here we are.
Yeah, and all we do is practice meat and potatoes journalism.
That's what we are.
Because we're bulldogs.
I like
we're
the
not
fact
show
that
ponies.
it sounds like the kid who got dunked on for picking Kansas. It sounds like that ended a lot of folks making predictions that are in the greater Como
Scared
area.
them straight.
You're not a true son. Picking the opponent.
I love Jackson, but what's with the fake hey, giggle he does for the SportsCenter updates? I'd rather hear the genuine apathy than whatever that is. He does not hot in that sport jacket today. He does hot, I guess, look hot
Yes.
in that sport jacket today. He, that's from the Crestwood Coyote.
I'll focus on the compliment. Thank you.
Sure.
I do think I filled this out nicely.
I have noticed, though, the
44 long.
The reports do begin now with a little, hey.
Yeah, it's kind of like, hey,
It's
I didn't-
folksy. It's folksy.
It's like I didn't notice you there, but now that you're here, let me tell you what I got going on.
I think it speaks to the element of surprise to yourself that, oh my God, I got to do an update.
There's a little of that,
Are the
but I think
Blues
it's
playing?
inviting. I think it's inviting. You know, it brings people in.
Okay, so that's a thing.
I'll use it sparingly.
No, I like it. Hey guys, here's what's going on.
Right.
And it turns head to the screen.
I just want to
behind
ease
him.
people's minds. You know, not that serious.
Make them feel good about their update.
Yeah.
This guy sounds hot. How tall is he? That's from Eric in the Central West End.
We didn't really get a height.
Should we ask any caller what their height is?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Just on the off chance we find one who's smaller than me. I don't know if that's possible, though. I don't know. But call in if you are, 314-974-0101. So we do heights and net worth. Is that right?
I think that's fair.
Okay.
Zip codes
Maybe
are big
wait.
on this show.
Wait so we get a better, more complete picture.
Do you count your home equity in your net worth? Or do you feel like that's
Probably.
kind of a,
Kinda
Mr.
cheating.
Licks would probably say, I don't think so. We're talking about liquidity on this program. This is Central Corridor Radio.
Is that our new slogan?
Promo.
This is Central Corridor Radio.
Sorry, Hayseeds. Call in if you are in the Central Corridor. I know that's a long shot. 314-974-0101. 314-399-9646 is how you can text in. Then you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Hunter is not happy with Missouri. It goes to show how soft the Missouri schedule's been for SEC standards, that they really don't have a signature win during drinks time. Doug, that's the Hunter.
Okay.
They've had opportunities. They just haven't capitalized on them.
Well, then that backs up Hunter's point.
Yeah, a little bit.
This is it.
This is the opportunity. Given that
But here's what, let me tell you what happens. You want to hear what happens? Fine,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what happens.
Okay, what?
If you beat Alabama on Saturday, then the narrative is, well, Alabama's done.
Yeah.
Alabama's down this year. Wasn't really beating Alabama.
But Mizzou probably moves into the top 10 if they beat Alabama.
I would agree with you.
That's
on
the
that.
short-term narrative that I think, like all narratives, will eventually change. Because the short-term narrative
Yes.
after the Florida State loss was Alabama.
Because in my hashtag show prep for the program, just a bunch of YouTube videos, Alabama football, and going through rewatching, and then DeBoer's comments and what Grubb spoke as well. And one of the things that popped up is Pat McAfee burying Alabama football and saying it is over in Tuscaloosa. And that, of course, was the first week of September.
Right.
And now they were back down there this past Saturday for game day. And Roll Tide Roll is top 10. So the prisoner of the moment college football take, I think, is the strongest take, even more so than the NFL, because college football coaches, like I said, somebody on Saturday night that you don't even think is on the hot seat will be on the hot seat.
Here's if we're talking bold predictions, let's say Missouri beats Alabama, Auburn beats Georgia, and Texas beats Oklahoma. The narrative becomes the SEC stinks this year.
Okay.
The SEC sucks. They're going to tell you that they're deep and they're just not top heavy, but the actual reality is that the SEC sucks. That would be the narrative, I think.
All right.
Because if you do beat Alabama, then you want them to keep it roll afterwards.
Absolutely.
Because otherwise, you're right, it'll just be dismissed. And a year ago, it was Ryan Day. It was done. Everybody, even
That
the
was-
He was done in the playoffs.
Can't beat Michigan.
all the pundits, he's done.
That was before the playoffs even started, and they beat the hell out of Tennessee and Columbus. Didn't you go to that game, Chairman? Yeah, you drove up there for that. And for the record, here's the one that I would circle as saying, right now, maybe next to Kirby Smart and Eli Drinkwitz and Lane Kiffin has the highest equity at this moment. Again, this guy who was about to lose his job last year, Brent Venables. Considering their schedule, that's the guy that I would circle because, again, that spread is so strange. And if they do try to put Mateer out there this weekend and he's not healthy and they lose to Texas, and again, Texas is giving 1.5 points.
Yep.
And then with Oklahoma's schedule, that would be the one that I would keep an eye on as far as a. But Alabama has Missouri, then Tennessee, then at South Carolina, then LSU, then Oklahoma. Then they get that kind of bye week thing they do down there before the Iron Bowl with Eastern Illinois, and then they travel to the Plains. So that's the schedule that operation has. South Carolina's, by the way, this was
brutal.
This Josh Pate, who's a college football podcaster, who's got a good thing going. Here is South Carolina. After the trip to Columbia, they got the friendly scheduling of Kentucky and took care of that. At LSU this weekend for, of course, a night game. At home against Oklahoma, number 6. At home against Alabama, number 8. At Ole Miss, number 4. At Texas A&M, number 5.
Yeah. I actually liked Shane Beamer's answer to this yesterday, which was like, I told my players, if you don't like this, if this is what, then you signed up to be in the wrong conference. You know, this is what, when you play in the SEC, this is what you do. You play the toughest dogs. That's how it goes.
Well,
I like
Doug,
that.
Yeah, so somebody who we're not talking about right now is going to be experiencing it within 4 days. That's a 5-star play. Now, it's tough, though, when a member of the Battlehawks, and perhaps if there was a Battlehawks Ring of Honor, doesn't have love for the Fighting Tigers. we'll have audio
What
of
in the
that coming
world?
up for you here on the program. In addition to Ryan Day talking ILL and why he does not recognize the low point for Illinois' football season. That coming your way. Jeremy Rutherford in studio at 9 o'clock as the Blues season opens up tomorrow. With Thursday being the Blues home opener, Blues fans invited to opening night rally at Union Station to kick off the festivities, which 101 ESPN will be a part of this Thursday from 3 to 5:30. BK and Ferrario in the fast lane, both broadcasting live from Enterprise Center tomorrow. Pregame coverage with Alex Ferrario starts at 6 p.m., all leading up to puck drop with your St. Louis Blues hosting the Wild at 7 p.m. Catch all the action tomorrow on 101 ESPN. Martin, would you like to tell the people about Design Air, the email of the day sponsor here on TMA?
Yeah, Design Air is the place to go. Get online, designairservice.com for all your heating and cooling needs. We're in that season now where it's starting to shift, starting to get colder at night. Winter just around the corner. That means you'll start flipping on the furnace real soon. Best thing to do, get that tune-up, which we're all doing here, tuning up before winter arrives. Book that appointment online at designairservice.com. And when you do business with Design Air, you know a couple of things. It's a company that's going to be here for years to come. They've already been around for more than a century, and also a company that supports TMA. The Design Air email of the day, longest running sponsor of this program, so you're supporting them, and then let us know about your experience. Great to get these emails back, texters saying, hey, we had Design Air out to the house. They fixed the AC over the weekend. They got here on a weekend, got things back up and running. Love the feedback we get from the listeners. So for all your heating and cooling needs, it's year-round. There's only one place to go, and that's designairservice.com.
There it is, Design Air Heating and Cooling. So if you're calling in, we want your height and net worth. Doug, anything else?
Zip code.
Weight.
Height, weight, zip code, net worth. Mr.
Okay.
Lick says he does not count home equity in his net worth. He says you can't really have more than a few million in home equity in St. Louis anyways, so it shouldn't be factored in.
Oh, so you have no meaningful net worth if you only have a few million?
He says you can't really have more than a few million in home equity in St. Louis anyways, so it should not be factored in.
Oh.
He's saying the real estate values here are not material enough for it to be impactful.
Not like New York or California, but there's plenty of $2 million houses here.
But that's what he said. You can't have more than really a few million in St. Louis, so it really shouldn't be factored in. I mean, for him, because I know he's at least looking in Palm Beach, and I know he's got the winter home in Palm Springs. Any Palm will do. And so, yeah, I mean, then you're talking about, 8-figure properties. And that's when it kind of matters, I guess.
Sure.
Do we have any palms around here? Even up by the airport, we have all those little Woodson Terrace. Could there just be a
I know we have
landing?
pine. We have Pine Lawn.
Pine Lawn.
I'm looking there. I don't think we have any palms, though.
Yeah. Up in North County, you got that Spanish Lake. Could there be a palm?
If anybody would know, it'd be Papers, but I see he's searching, so that means...
There's a Beverly Hills.
Beverly Hills.
Beverly Hills.
Where are you from? Beverly Hills, Missouri. Got nicked on the way to the airport.
I always heard this, and I wasn't positive, but I'd read that all the palm trees in L.A. were brought there. Like they're not native to it. They're an invasive species imported in the 1930s.
If you're going to be invaded by anything, palm trees is not the worst thing.
I mean, could you imagine picture L.A. without palm trees? It just doesn't feel right.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the armadillo in Missouri. You see those dead armadillos on the side of the highway?
Right.
I guess people brought them here years ago.
Really?
And then
I think they're walking up from the south because of the climate change.
Yeah,
That's what I heard. Walking from Texas on up.
Guys, Licks can't count home equity in his net worth because the house is not in his name, in addition to all other material assets. Ho-Chi Papers, what's Mark's phone number? That's from the Warson.
When I heard that, I felt that was coming. When I heard he talk about home equity, I was like, someone's going to mention that it's in his father-in-law's name.
If Mr. Licks is so wealthy, why is he's so bad at golf? That's from Cuckleberry Finn. So if you have wealth, you have a low handicap?
Got more time to play.
Certainly, yeah. It lean to more time, but doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be better.
I wouldn't think there's very many really good golfers who are poor.
Ooh, I don't know. Some people just have natural talent. I'm
How
telling
many
you.
poor good golfers have you ever come
What's
across?
poor?
Well,
Like
Paycheck-
homeless? I don't think there's a lot of great homeless players. Homeless hubs, though.
have
Remember
next
Mark
to-
Hubbard?
Mark Hubbard, yes.
Yeah.
next to
homeless
no
hubs.
money, one check away from financial disaster, and they're out there with a one handicap or something. You don't see it a lot.
I'd probably tell you that if you were one paycheck away from all hell breaking loose, you'd probably get off the golf course.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly right. That's why. Probably not the way you should be spending your money.
Might be why you're in the situation in the first place. But you have the one handicap.
Well, there is probably a lot of younger guys in their early 20s who are really good golfers that haven't got their good job yet.
I feel like it's different than someone in their 50s or something.
Yeah, it's a trust fund season, though. They're putting in palm trees on the stretch of the River to Pear by Lansdowne in Shrewsbury. That's from the River to Pear Yacht Captain.
Nice.
I didn't know that.
No. I don't expect they'll survive the winter, but it's worth a shot.
Ever hear of Bagger Vance, Doug? That's from the 314.
Movie, not reality.
Is that good or bad?
Bad.
Ooh.
I've given this take before. Yeah, missed me with that one.
Okay.
Are you a Will Smith guy?
Sure. Just not that one. Not that film.
Mount Rushmore of Will Smith movies go.
Pursue the Happiness.
Spelled inconveniently.
Yeah, on purpose. I really like Men in Black. Focus, probably not on there. I'll try to be quick here. Hancock. I really like Hancock. You ever seen the movie Hancock?
No.
That's a fun one. And I liked King Richard, the one about the Williams sisters. So I'll go with that. I think that's my Mount Rushmore. Feel good about it.
What Wild Wild West?
Yeah, that's whenever that spider comes on camera, like the worst CGI I've ever seen in my life. Probably gonna pass on.
How
that
about
one.
when he slapped Kid Rock? Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, that's honorable mention. Is the 2023 Emmys or Oscars?
I couldn't believe what I was watching. When
No
that
one
happened.
could.
I had to back it up. I said, "Did I see that right? Did he just slap him?" He sure did.
We'll get Jeremy Rutherford's opinion. He's going to be with us at 9 o'clock on the program. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up as well. So again, call in, height, weight, zip code of your residence, and net worth. But Mr. Lick says you cannot include home equity in the net worth.
Okay.
So there it is, 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website we've been telling you about. If you're in the market for a new vehicle and you're not sure what you can afford, what you can get approved for, this is the place to go. AutoLoanPro.com knows people have different situations, different circumstances. No matter, they're going to get you that new vehicle with little to no money down. They'll work hard to get you the best rates possible. They can do that because Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. They've got a free playbook on that website as well that's going to explain to you how the credit industry works, get you back on track, and get you the car of your choice in the future. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family, and making that large purchase with financing gets complicated, especially if you've had that hiccup. The Auto Loan Pro will get you back on track. Financing a car, the only thing to know is to choose the Auto Loan Pro. Get online at AutoLoanPro.com.
Oh, wow. Well, if he's not telegraphing it anymore, his return music is the end of the Jackson Burkett era is upon us on the morning after.
The end of beginning.
When do you start this other gig?
Are you going to start on January 1st? Is that what your agent's negotiating?
Right. Well, yeah. This Q1 season.
I suppose we need to be careful. I keep getting asked, how does Jackson have enough money to vacation in the Hamptons?
I've had to answer 3 texts already today saying, is Jackson really leaving?
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of nice to hear people they're either excited or are sad. And, it's nice just to, emit emotion.
The program's called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Jeremy Rutherford going to be with us on the Stiefel dossier at the start of the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, and he is presented by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour as we are talking it over here on the program. Martin, you were monitoring this situation with the UFL. And we have some news, Doug, with the Battlehawks, but it doesn't necessarily involve the Battlehawks, just their opponents. Martin, we've got some new teams, we've got new cities, we've got new buildings. The Battlehawks will face 3 new opponents this coming season as the UFL is moving 3 teams to new markets. Teams will now play in Columbus, Louisville, and Orlando. The new markets replace the teams in Detroit, San Antonio, and Memphis. So, Doug, the Memphis Michigan Panthers, San Antonio Brahmas, and Memphis Showboats are no longer with us.
That's a shame because San Antonio liked to play their home games in St. Louis, which made it convenient for the Battlehawks. Just an extra home game.
Correct.
They got to be bummed out in Memphis, though, to lose their team.
And they're
Not
saying,
like they got a bunch of other sports there.
I guess a lot of it they said is venue related, that they're looking for smaller venues. For example, the Columbus UFL team will play in the MLS stadium that they have. The Dallas Renegades, Doug, you knew them as the Arlington Renegades.
I did, yeah.
They're now the Dallas Renegades, and they're going to play in the home of FC Dallas. The Houston Gamblers, that's a name change. You remember the Roughnecks.
I do.
Yeah,
Sure.
and now the Gamblers. They're going to play at the home of the Dynamo FC. So the idea is to play. What's interesting is that the Battlehawks have been largely saluted for getting big crowds. Would they want them playing at Energizer Park, which I don't see happening? But it's interesting. The model seems to be to play, and the DC Defenders have played at that soccer stadium for a long time.
Can I be honest? I'd be more likely to go to the Battlehawks game if it was at
Energizer Park.
Yeah,
Park.
that'd be a great venue.
Yeah.
I think it would be
Why do you hate the
fun.
Dome?
It's ugly. It reminds me of dark times in my life.
Dark times.
Yeah, I cared all that damn much about the Rams and they just moved on me. Yeah, I don't need to be reminded of that. And I don't really care for R.C. Cole all that much.
What about Tab?
Yeah, that's the Coke and Pepsi got it. I think they nailed it.
Probably going to get a lot of vitamin water and smart water at UFL games because the guy pretty much running the show right now, Mike Rapoli, became a billionaire founding Vitamin Water, Smart Water, and Body Armor.
Wasn't 50 Cent a part of the Vitamin Water thing? Made a ton of money on that? Nice.
Sounds right.
Go
So
for
you
fifth.
think RC Cola should just surrender? They've lost the war.
I just think, those two have it covered in the cola department.
So the Battlehawks are stable. Other franchises moving: Louisville, Columbus, Orlando. Now, former Battlehawk quarterback A.J. McCarron is in the broadcasting business. I met him right out here in the hallway. I feel like I guess it probably wouldn't have been last year. Might have been 2023.
Yeah.
And he's now making appearances on, what's the name of the program?
McCready and Siskey.
Doug McCready and Siskey.
Who are these fellows?
Down south.
Alabama radio? Is it YouTube? It certainly seems like they're doing it on YouTube and from their homes. So I don't know necessarily if it is on the radio. I don't know.
Okay. A.J. McCarron, of course, loved his time with the Battlehawks. Truly didn't necessarily enjoy his exit, but loved St. Louis. But he is not a believer in your Missouri Tigers. Here he is on Doug. Is it McCready and Siskey?
That's what I understand.
I'm going to go out on a limb this week. I think Alabama puts it on them.
Woo! Let's go. Let's go, Todd.
Listen, I think I don't think Missouri throws the ball that great.
They don't.
And with Bo Perbula, I think that's how you say his name. But if you can stop, what's the running back, Ahmad?
He's not well schooled.
He's passionate, though.
If you can stop him, if you can stop him, I think they're just super one-dimensional. I think Alabama focus on the run, allow their secondary to just man up and play free, really focus on the run. And listen, I think Alabama, from an offensive standpoint, they're rolling right now. I think if you can carry that confidence in that you just played with this past weekend, I think Vandy's a better team than Missouri. Me personally.
Doug, he didn't know Bo Prabula's name. He didn't know Matt Hardy's name.
No, he didn't.
And he thinks Vanderbilt is a better team, and he thinks Roll Damn Tide rolls through Columbia.
Okay.
Let's put some diesel in that take. Let's gas it up here. He's about to fall asleep while trying to read Ahmad Hardy's name.
I'm going to get him on the show so we can hold him accountable.
I would think there's a lot of national pundits who haven't seen any of Missouri football this year. What game would have interested you if you lived anywhere other than here?
They were going up against a pretty good slate for the South Carolina game. And that Kansas game, maybe. People probably saw a little of the Kansas game nationally. It would either be Kansas or South Carolina.
Would that game interest you if you lived in California or Florida
What
or
about
Texas?
the history with the Civil War and the Red Stockings?
I think people are over that. It's been 160 some years.
Well, I think given week 2, the slate isn't necessarily incredible. But yeah, I'm with you there, Doug.
Because the big boys, it seems like they're on the network shows, the primetime games, almost every week. You can watch Alabama or Georgia or Ohio State or some of these teams. But Missouri kind of gets lost in the shuffle, I think, nationally. So I'm not surprised that he wasn't sure of the quarterback's name or the running back's name, because I don't think a lot of people watch Missouri.
I'm not taking offense to it. Well,
I'm not
hard.
pissed and you want him removed from
No,
the
I don't want him
system.
removed. I can understand the take.
I get it on Purdue, but Hardy is a second leading rusher in America. This
This is America, Jack.
Yeah, this is America, Doug.
I thought it was Brazil. I'm sorry.
Why is that Bo Prabula so hard to pronounce? I stumble on it.
I don't get why people have
I know,
trouble
but
with it.
every once in a while do it too. Prabula. It shouldn't be. Is it the R and the B all together?
Well, I guess it's either Prabula or Prabula, and either you could say either.
That's a word you've never heard before. You probably never used that word before any time in your life.
Well, it's a proper noun. I wouldn't necessarily
Well,
there's a lot of names that I haven't used before, but I could probably pick up.
What about Van Zimmer?
That was a tougher one. That's fair. That's very fair.
That's two in the same show.
We have been challenged on this show. But I think a lot of folks have looked at Missouri and said they haven't played anybody, largely. And are they any good? We'll see. You got some great numbers from the back. Hardy, Prabula at times looked pretty good, but they haven't. I think people are.
Sure.
I think rightfully people are saying, let's see what they got.
Guys, I think a solution to our nation's problems would be podcast equipment needing to cost at least $2 billion. Thank you. That's from a gaping stepdad.
To stop all these podcasters.
It's a popular comment on anytime a podcast throws up like a TikTok or some ridiculous take.
Your guy Josh Pate said he was coming to the Mizzou game. I saw some Mizzou fans excited. Last year, I was at the Oklahoma game, and they put on the Jumbotron, Cousin Shane is here.
Cousin Shane.
And I'm like, this is the world we're living in, but I didn't know who it was. And people are like, oh, Shane's here.
Boy, they are mad in the text inbox about A.J. McCarron's take. F this guy, bleach him. That's from Doug's Legs at Kimbo. Oh. What a hill, Jack. That's from Grandma Johan. CTE is real, A.J. That's from the 314. I guess he's never heard of Brett Norfleet. That's from Just Don't Press Push. This guy didn't do show prep. That's from the 66. The Metro East landlord says, get this guy off the mic. Oh. And then the Veiled Prophet, with regard to the UFL, says, great. We can talk less minor league football, but God forbid you recap the Doggies match from last weekend. Woof. Get Rock on each week during the season, since we like guests now. Or Timmerman.
All right, that's enough.
Or a player. I know the season's over, but just a thought. That's from the Veiled Prophet who would like us to talk more MLS, Doug.
The Dogs got a big win. Went on the road in Austin, I want to say, and got the dub. Now they got to decide. They got an interim coach, Doug. David Critchley.
That should change things.
From Liverpool.
But can't get him from this country.
I knew that would bother you.
Can't find coaches from America. Every kid in America grows up playing soccer first. Soccer academies everywhere, soccer clubs. It's an enormous sport in this country. We still can't find coaches for our teams.
No one cares about the MLS, veiled prophet.
That's from Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson finds attractive but is not attracted to, and he's now at war with the veiled prophet. Man, we got this. We got the Cottleville,
People are
Webster
not
Groves
happy.
thing. We got Mr. Licks and Orson Woods Wacko. We got Jackson moving to Chicago. It's a tough day. It's tough.
And now we got A.J. McCarron stirring it up.
I am kind of surprised that people get upset with a show for not talking specifically about what they're interested in, because there are so many podcasts specific to your interest. You love NASCAR, you can go find that. You love MLS, you can find that. There's people doing city shows.
Because everything's customizable, you know? Yeah, everything in your life, you can have exactly how you want it right at your doorstep. And so when something isn't like that, it drives people crazy.
If you guys talk more MLS, I might off myself. Thanks. And hashtag free perk. That's from Brian Henshin.
Well,
so
we
he
don't
wants
want
more
that.
Colts talk.
No, we don't want that.
Henshin, do you have the day off? I'm just curious. It feels like he might be, his schedule's been cleared for the... Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
See how it all works out.
By
It
that,
sure will
I
be.
mean all of it.
How many podcasts do you think are out there now? 1 million or more?
Jackson, do you have that number?
At least.
How many people are doing podcasts? Between
4.5 million as of fourth quarter 2025.
22, 23,
We don't have to
24,
count them all.
25,
I was just kinda
26,
wondering.
27, 28.
between all the podcasters and the social media accounts that everyone has, that X and Instagram, that the people are really the media now.
Yeah.
Wait, is Jackson leaving? Really? I hope not.
There are so many texts asking if Jackson's really leaving.
It warms my heart, really. No, I'm not.
And you do have a home in the Hamptons?
42.
I do, yes. Montauk, specifically.
But that's your second home. Your
Third.
first one is here in Brentwood.
Third. Yeah. I have a place in the Hamptons, or I have a place in Montauk, but I live in Brentwood year round.
Well, sure.
You know, it's a beach town. You know, it's summer. You know,
Yeah.
I'll be there. I'll be back there in May.
Guys, Holly and Chaser started their own podcast today. It's called Ice Guardians. I saw Chase tweeting about that.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I saw some of the clips.
Okay.
It's good entertainment.
I'm very happy to hear that Chaser's feeling good enough to do something like
That's
take
right.
something like that on. That's the great news out of that.
Yeah, Chase, in the clip I saw, Chase was telling a story of being in between the benches still when McDavid made his debut, which I guess was in St. Louis. I didn't realize that. You guys knew that? Know that? That McDavid's first game was in St. Louis? That's what Chase was saying in the podcast. And Jay Bowmeister was still, of course, playing. And McDavid went by him, and he couldn't believe how fast he was. And Bowmeister skated up to Chase, who was in between the benches, and somebody's going to have to tell that kid he needs to slow down. Ice Guardians with Kelly Chase and Brett Hall, new podcast. God bless him. Like you said, great that Chaser is healthy enough to do the podcast. Jeremy Rutherford's going to be with us in studio at 9 o'clock. Your two-part questions are welcome at 314-399-9646. That is how you can text into the program. TMA listeners, we've got a deal for you. And this is good news. October has a wonderful offer for TMA listeners looking to be part of 5 Iron in Clayton. 5 Iron Golf, something I am now a part of and cannot say enough good things about. It is the ultimate indoor golf experience. Whether you're a serious golfer or just looking for a great night out, you will love playing iconic courses on TrackMan simulators, enjoying chef-inspired dining, and relaxing in a vibrant bar setting. Host events, sharpen your skills, or simply have fun. 5 Iron Golf is your new go-to destination in Clayton. Iconic courses include Pebble Beach, St. Andrews, and Bethpage Black. And 5 Iron Golf in Clayton has 200-plus world-class courses, rain or shine. I just love going in and hitting and practicing on TrackMan simulators. Plus, they have leagues and lessons. I got an email last night about the league that they have going on TrackMan. If you don't want to have to get dressed up, no problem. T-shirt and shorts is just fine. No dress code needed. And it's a perfect place for a corporate happy hour as well. It's 5 Iron in Clayton, online at 5irongolf.com. Now, Here's the thing specific for TMA listeners. 5 Irons memberships are incredible. Free golf every day, discounts on food, drinks, lessons, leagues, and even club fitting. And it's only $169 per month. And if you join in October, you will get 10% off. Go to 5irongolf.com to get information on memberships, lessons, and leagues at 5irongolf.com. I walked in there. I couldn't believe how great it was. I'm so glad that I know about it now, and I am going to live there this winter.
Are you really?
But don't come up to me and bother me. I am too big of a star. I hope that doesn't come off.
Could you wear a bag over your head so people don't recognize you?
Well, I wear lifts, but to bring lifts and a bag over my head,
a lot of equipment.
It would be a lot. Would be a lot. But then I have to take the lifts off to get that weight shift. So that's weird because
leave the bag on.
Yeah.
Where do you find lifts with spikes?
That's the key. Rich Gould had sandals with spikes.
Probably same store.
I think you're right.
It would be so meta if Jackson Schumer was actually trying to get a job in Chicago. Now you're Jackson Schumer.
How would that be meta?
Chicago, I guess, has got the uprising. It's a liberal city. I think they're trying to play that card.
Oh.
That's from Jackson's Lone Wispy Pube. Okay, that's the thing. Jackson Schumer.
Fooled me.
Jeremy Rutherford, 9 o'clock in studio. Send your 2-part questions in. Blue Season opening up tomorrow. 101 ESPN will have all the coverage and the opening night rally at Union Station to kick off the festivities, getting underway at 3 p.m. Alex Ferrario's pregame show getting underway at 6 p.m. Puck drop, 7 p.m. Catch all the action tomorrow on 101 ESPN. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. So good, man. You like this, Doug?
Well, if this was the voice, I don't think I'd turn my chair. Who is this?
Giveon.
Okay, well, don't say it in that tone of voice.
And Drake.
Oh.
Chicago freestyle.
Oh, Chicago.
That's kind of my theme.
Loading up some songs for the ride.
Yep. Are you getting a U-Haul or?
A lot of people, you ever seen those like pods things these people use?
Yeah.
They kind of like ship all their stuff around. Pretty cool. I guess I would do that if I was moving, but I'm not. 10 toes down.
All right.
10 toes down.
Flip that off.
Sounds like a band.
Hey, if you aren't moving, you probably ought to go see Dr. Brandon Pryor because he's on Manchester and Baldwin. He's a longtime TMA sponsor who has a membership plan, even if you don't have dental insurance, which aids in the costs of dental work. It's 100westdental.com. No phone calls needed to get in. You just check the calendar online at 100westdental.com for availability, and then you book right then and there. Plus, if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that'll show you what it'll look like before you even go through with it. $1,000 off Invisalign. And you don't even have to go through with it. You can see the simulation to see how good you'll look. 100westdental.com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor. I was texting with Dr. Brandon Pryor. Doug, was that last week or 2 weeks ago?
I don't know the weeks, Tim.
Seeing if I get my son in there. Dr. Brandon Pryor, 100westdental.com. That's Manchester in Baldwin. Jeremy Rutherford is going to join us, so load up your two-part questions. He's in studio, 314-399-9646. And Harrison's brother Master is already loading this one up. Two-parter for JR. Why on earth do you say Blues fans will want to keep Justin Falk? Also, do you think Jordan Kyrou will go below the goal line to win a battle one time this season? He is loaded for bear already. Jeremy Rutherford will be held accountable as we are on Blues season opener eve here on TMA. The show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen JR, presented to you by Mark Hanna as we get things underway in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Next with Jeremy Rutherford in studio. Send your two-part questions in for JR, 314-399-9646. It's the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Oh, it'll be right after the parade down Market Street. We've got the Stanley Cup, and then you get on a plane and head to Spectacular Scotland. It's June 15th. Next summer, we're going to Spectacular Scotland with Colette. Going to visit the historic capital of Edinburgh. Doug calls it Edinburgh, so do I sometimes. We're going to check out Glasgow, one of the great international cities. Also, a little whiskey tasting. Go to the Isle of Skye, the amazing Orkney Islands, cruising on the lovely Loch Ness and checking out the unspoiled landscapes of the Highlands. You watched all the great video, the British Open in Scotland. Now there's your chance to go and experience Scotland. Colette will handle all the details, flights, meals, hotels, local experiences. All you have to do is sit back and enjoy. Don't miss out. Call our friends at Altair Travel at 314-968-9600. That's 314-968-9600. A trip to Spectacular Scotland, seeing the sights starting on June 15th next summer. 101ESPN.com has more information, or call Altair at 314-968-9600. I think there'll be some early.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues opening game coming up on Thursday. Blues Wild pregame at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. More on the Blues with Jeremy Rutherford coming up right on the other side of this commercial break. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Alive, hard hits on the ice, we thrive, we thrive. Cold beers flowing, the crowd's in sync. The arc shines bright now, stopping thing. Let's go Blues, the roar begins. Stanley Cup dreams, we're born to win. The Blues are back, no time to lose. Feel the rush, let's go Blues. Let's go Blues, let's go Blues. Let's go Blues, feel the rush.
You like this one, though?
Of course. This should be playing when they step onto the ice at the beginning of the game.
Jeremy Rutherford's in studio with us, presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark is online at evergreen-ws.com. He is a wonderful person, number one, and a wonderful financial advisor also. And you can call him and somehow feel better about your financial situation and the world with one phone call at 314-889-0503. The purpose for having a financial advisor is so you have someone in your corner who can help you make good decisions to help you get toward your goals, and they help you think about things such as investing, tax strategies, insurance, cash flow, and liquidity so that you can understand your best path forward. Call Mark Hanna and his team at Evergreen Wealth Strategies at 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreen-ws.com. Can't say enough good things about Mark Hanna, who sponsors Jeremy Rutherford, who has brought in a legal pad, Doug, to handle these two-part questions. Morning,
Really?
JR.
Two-parters. Hey, morning. I do have a question. How long has this show been going?
21 years. Doug would like it to go 50. That's his target.
I'll be about 100 then.
21 years.
Yes.
So if I started with you guys last year doing these hits, I waited 19 years as what I think is a legit reporter trying to get on the show.
That's about the right time, though, because we want to make sure that people are up to our standards.
Yeah, until today, we take a junior from the University of Mizzou.
Oh, no. Now we got a problem,
who
Martin.
you think is an AI guy.
Oh, no. Now we got a problem.
And he gets on the show right away.
Now we're getting Read the Riot Act in here.
Doesn't feel good.
Yeah,
We've kind of given into the current journalism climate, okay?
Yeah.
We had Non-Gay as our hockey expert there for a while.
And he did a wonderful job. And he still texts in with astute observations. You know that, Nonling, don't you?
Yeah, tell him to text me more. I'm looking for more astute observations.
He really does have some good stuff. Yeah. Jeremy Rutherford's taking your astute observations and two-part questions here on TMA 101 ESPN. 314-399-9646. Harrison's brother Master is already unhappy, JR. I don't know if you heard that while you were out in the green room here, but he's got a two-parter. He is not happy. Number one, with your column in which you said that Blues fans will actually want to keep Justin Falk. And the second question was, do you think Jordan Kyrou will actually go below the goal line to win a battle one time this season? Those are his two questions. He is off to a good start.
Well, as soon as you started saying Harrison and the question was from him, I started writing down Falk because I did hear the segment.
Falk and Kyrou.
Hey, listen, you guys nailed it. That's a situation where they want us to do the bold predictions, right? Well, how bold can you be? If you make them too bold, they're pretty ridiculous. But after about 4 or 5 of them, you get to a point, you know what? I better make some of these bold. And I felt like, you've heard enough from fans, like you guys talked about earlier with Jay Bomeister, Jordan Kyrou, Colton Parayko, that, Falk seems to be the guy at the moment. And I felt like, you know what? How about he plays well for 2 or 3 months? And fans are saying, you can't trade this guy. He's been solid this year. So tried to deliver on the boldness.
Did you? I don't know if you heard us discussing it. The target of Blues fans over the last approximate decade. Martin and we were on the same page when I asked him what he thought it was. About a decade ago, a little less, was Bomeister, then it went to Parayko, then to Kyrou. Do you agree with that? Are we missing anybody over that?
No, I think you got the big ones. I mean, yeah, of course, there's like a Zach Sanford in there. I think you can mix him in there. But I think for the most part, those are the big three. And it's always led to the question I had. I'm sure you guys think about it too. Is like, does there have to be somebody? Like, is there always going to be somebody? After Justin Falk, are they going to zero in, on somebody else? And I say guilty of it too when you're critical of people in the articles. But it does feel like in this city, and I'm sure a lot of pro sports cities, that you find that guy and go after him. But I will say this might be good news for Justin Falk and for my prediction, because each one of those guys that you mentioned came out of it, right? Colton Parayko, Jay Bomeister, even Jordan Kyrou.
As I look at the roster here to start the season, there's very little turnover from last year. Only Bjugstad, Suter, and Maylou are the only new guys that they didn't have at the end of last year. That's kind of low, isn't it, as far as turnover year to year?
Yeah, and they had a number of guys still under contract for this year. I think what they really wanted to do was bolster that center depth, and they did that with Suter and Bjugstad. And you guys, I'm sure, noticed yesterday, or maybe not because the show was before the practice, but they switched Braden Shen back to the number 2 center. So Pius Suter had been playing there in between Holloway and Kyrou.
Yeah, what do you make of that? Because one of the questions I was about to read is who do you think that the top 2 lines are going to be? So what do you think it'll be, number 1, and then number 2 led to that?
Yep, so it's going to be Buchnevich on the left. It's going to be Thomas in the middle and Snuggerud on the right. And then that second line was Holloway, Suter, and Kyrou. And yesterday they flipped Suter and Shen, so now it'll be Holloway, Shen, and Kyrou, which is what it was last year. And not to nerd out on you with the stats, but 5-on-5 goals for and against for that line, that Shen line with Holloway and Kyrou, 29 goals for, 14 against. So they were really good last year, 5-on-5. And we asked Jim Montgomery throughout camp, hey, what gives with Suter and Shen? Who's going to be the opening night number 2 center? And he said, well, we'll see. And yesterday he switches to Shen, and he said it was just kind of a gut decision to go back to the captain.
JR, will the Blues be above 500 at Thanksgiving? And second, have you spent any time in L.A.? Lower Arnold. That's from Rusty Shackelford.
Above 500, they better be, because this team needs a good start. If you're talking, by November, this can't be a situation where they're chasing, trying to win 12 in a row at the end of the year again. And I think, what we've seen in camp.
That's a mission, right? Right out of the gate.
It's got to be. It's got to be. And, we talked to Jim Montgomery and the players about the camp, getting off on the right foot. And he feels like they covered everything they could in camp. So you got Minnesota Thursday, and then quickly you got to go out to Calgary and Vancouver. But it's imperative, as it is every year with every team. I get it. So I'm stating the obvious. But it's a deal where this Blues team, after what happened last year and the momentum that they gained going into the playoffs last year when hardly anybody expected it, to get off to a good start this year. And then, my actual return address is Imperial, but I drive through Arnold every day. In fact, Tim, what did I send you the other day?
A picture of the water tower where I have to go every Tuesday to pay my bookmaker, who's a junior at Fox High School. And right as I brought it up, you were driving past it on I-55.
Yeah, and we don't need to get into, all the rage, but still bummed out that they painted that thing.
Wow. Yeah, a lot of people
still
are
not over it. Jared, what's your division breakdown? I know one of your bold predictions was that the Blues could finish third. So did you have Colorado, Dallas, 1-2?
Yeah, who's in their division, Marty? Tell me so I can write it down.
Okay, you have the Hawks, who are always bad.
Nice.
And then Jackson will help here. We have Utah, formerly known as the Phoenix, right? Jackson.
Hey, and I was
Detroit.
No.
Oh, no.
Detroit.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Are we talking about divisions?
Yes.
Never mind.
What
Columbus?
division is Detroit in?
Columbus.
Winnipeg.
Detroit, Columbus.
Son of a so-and-so.
Who do you think's
What's
up?
the problem?
Who's down?
Yeah,
this year?
I think Dallas has a coaching change, but I think that they still have the roster. They get the goaltender Ottinger, and I always like Colorado. I mean, they might not have the goaltending, but I think anytime you got McKernan on your team. Winnipeg is the team that I don't know about. Like, they lost a couple pieces, and I still think Hellebuck in the postseason isn't the answer. So I think that the Blues could slip someone there. I know that Minnesota is kind of climbing, and they got their big star under contract. So is there going to get some positive momentum out of that? I don't know. But I think that the Blues have a chance to finish third, like we said in the bold predictions.
JR, with the recent numbers coming into this program on fan BMI, will any promo nights be affected given XL no longer will work as the standard size for shirts and jerseys? And number 2, can you tell all the Jeffco parents to stop getting overly excited about their daughters going to a homecoming dance? It's not a wedding. Their date will be pumping gas in 2 years anyway. And your used minivan with some LED lights and car window paint isn't helping your county's image. Doug, that's Carlos Spicy.
Yeah, I figured it was.
Can I vote for that for the winner of the day? That takes the cake. Send that in at 10:55.
Yeah, you could win yourself
Almost
an email
nobody
today.
actually pumps gas anymore.
In Jersey, they do.
Do they really?
Can't pump yourself over there.
Well, with the promos, maybe I'm the only guy here in the room that did bother growing up, because they would always, the Cardinals would flip me the jersey, and I was like, what am I going to do with this?
Extra large won't fit you?
Even
back then?
Third grade, maybe. Yeah. And then, boy, you're right. They're, Jackson, do they make as big of a deal about homecoming proposals, pictures, Hoco posters, signs, and the Ladue?
For sure.
Oh, is that right? Really?
Oh, yeah. It's a
You and
whole
Private
to-do.
Citizen Pete made a big deal out of it?
He's DB proud.
Milk Dud.
When did the whole poster thing start?
When did was that going on when you were in high school?
For sure. Oh,
Really?
yeah. Big time. Goofy little poster, and you ask, super awkward. But it was like a rite of passage almost.
Yeah, I do recall, I went to Lutheran South, and I asked a girl to the prom in between classes, and she looked at me kind of befuddled, and at the last second, she goes, yeah, sure. I knew that she did not want to go with me. So I'm stirring for the whole next hour, like, look what I did to her. I put her on the spot. She said, yeah. So I see her in the hallway, the next hall pass. And I said, hey, listen, if you don't want to go, you don't. And she goes, okay, that sounds good.
She immediately took you up on that offer.
No, you shouldn't have tried to double check.
Hey, JR, is there anyone you think the Blues may trade for mid-season? And secondly, if you could kiss any past or present Blues player, who would it be? That's from Warren County.
God.
I feel like you've answered the second one a lot, but if you want to revisit it.
I've answered that one a lot. I feel like I've answered
Not enough.
trade more than a lip-locking question.
Mano Rayom never played for the Blues, did she?
She did not. She played
Pascal.
against him. Yeah, but Pascal did the brush.
But she would have been the answer had she
I should have definitely been the answer. I'm gonna answer the second question first here, and go with your guest from yesterday, Big Walt.
You'd like to? Yeah, that'd be hot. Wouldn't mind having a Davenport for that.
Late night at O.B. Clark's after a couple pitchers of beer. It probably's happened.
Yeah, some dirty wings.
And then trade for, like, nobody in particular, but I feel like Doug Armstrong is going to be in a position where if this team is contending at the trade deadline, I think they'll add. They're going to have some extra money with the Krug LTI, and I think if they get into February, March trade deadline with a chance to bolster that roster, I think they're going to try to get a forward probably.
Looks like Carlos Spicy Wiener's text has agitated some residents. You can tell Carlos that mother is getting excited about their daughters going to homecoming dance is in every county, not just Jefferson County. He might want to do a little research piece sitting in his basement on his computer. That's in the 573.
Gosh.
So Carlos Spicy Wiener now is in the crosshairs. JR, Pavel Buchnevich has not been discussed much this offseason. He is critical to the success of the club and has 2 down years. Your thoughts, please.
Yeah, we're going to do a podcast here coming up this morning, and I think we're going to pick our player who we think is going to have a good year. And I told the guys, let's not go with the obvious player Dylan Holloway. I'm going to go with Pavel Buchnevich. Because I just think that last year, going into the year, so much talk about playing center and faceoffs, and are they going to move him back to the wing? And Jim Montgomery comes in and says he's a winger. So he starts his new contract this year. He's coming off of, like you said, a couple down years. He scored 30 goals a couple years ago when Jim Montgomery was an assistant here, and he knows that he's got to get going for this team to be better. So I'm going to go with Buchnevich. And you're right, there hasn't been a lot said about him, just because I think there's so much hype about Holloway and some other guys, but I think Buchnevich is going to be a player that if this team's going to do well, he's got to be part of it.
And Sundqvist is week to week with his injury. Who steps up and gets his ice?
Yeah, so they said week to week, but Doug Armstrong followed that by saying it's more like a week, and then Jim Montgomery said it wasn't the hip or knee, so it's kind of muscle related. So they feel like he'll be back soon. Might just miss these first 3 or 4 games. And then it's interesting. So Sundqvist was going to center the 4th line. Now it looks like Nick Bukestad will come from the 3rd line down to center the 4th line, and Matthew Joseph will slide into that 3rd line right wing spot.
Will Logan Mayu get any votes for Rookie of the Year? And what section is the farm truck brisket mac and cheese in? Thanks, big boy. That's from Mahomes' long body.
Logan Mayu, Rookie of the Year. I think that he's going to have a hard time getting votes with Jimmy Snuggerud on this team. I think Snuggerud, as the bold prediction suggested,
Calder
will win the Calder Trophy. And the farm truck is in the 300 level, and they're going to kill me by forgetting the section 317.
Yeah, I feel like that you might have a YOLA deal with them. That's my read.
You're probably right about that.
Are you going to hit it tomorrow night to start the season?
You know it.
Yeah,
Is that was that crowdsourcing that I was asking?
I think that is crowdsourcing.
JR walks up and says, there'll be no charge.
That's exactly
You may have
right.
heard me mention this.
Two-parter, does Holloway still have the voice of an angel, and is Falk on the third pairing of a championship-level team? That's from the salty bald dad from Caseyville.
Yeah, I think, Jackson, you probably have the hots for Holloway, don't you? I mean, you're the guy who...
First Walt and now this.
I like Dylan Holloway.
Yeah. He does fit into that category of...
There goes the Chicago job. You can't have this weirdo up here, hitting on Bedard or nothing.
Are you really moving? I got 3 texts on the way here.
Yes. There is a lot of concern to the point that Jackson's now responding to the text asking if he's moving to Chicago.
No, I'm not. But that's, again, it warms my heart.
But look at him, Jay. Look at him, how he's dressed there.
Yeah. He looks
Very
great.
suspicious.
Looks great. Sound story today. Yeah, looks good. They're going to be happy with you. I asked him, Martin, in between breaks there, I said, if I request Jackson for Saturday at 11:30 this Saturday, could I get Jackson as my sound story?
Unavailable, yeah. He's off the calendar. You know where he's going to be? He's going to Columbia officially.
No.
Look at this.
What
guy.
a hotshot, JR. Yesterday, I was crowdsourcing and said, would anybody out there invite Jackson to go to the game with them? The Mizzou game. Bama, Mizzou, just a ticket. Get into the game. He said, I can only go if there's 2 tickets.
Yeah.
And he had offers
I guess
one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess loyalty is lost on some folks.
Wow.
Gosh.
You know?
Man.
Loyal to my friend.
Oh.
Couldn't be sorrier. Actually, I could be. I'm not
and
sorry
now
at all.
you ended up with 2.
At least. We don't even know what's going on
You
here.
get a whole section.
Out of nowhere, a compliment from Harrison's brother Master. Holloway is very good looking. Oh, how about that?
Christmas.
Turning the tide.
Yeah, all of a sudden. Look at this. Let's see. Hey, JR, I'll be in section 330 tomorrow night for the game against the Wild. Do you want a lady in the tramp those nachos, boy? Also, when can we expect Bud Ice to be back on tap in the arena? That's from the River to Perry yacht captain.
I'm not up on the lingo, so you might have to define Lady Trump those nachos. before I
Lady and the
respond.
Tramp, a wonderful Disney film, and I believe they split some spaghetti on a date.
The dogs.
2 dogs eating
So
spaghetti
they're
on the
kinda
side of the
slurping it
table.
together, yeah.
And
Yeah,
one
okay.
noodle came like right between their lips.
No, I've never shared any food with anybody ever, so I don't want to start now.
It'd be hard to do that with nachos.
It's section 306 for the farm truck. Actually met JR's son and his buddy there last year about an hour before the puck drop, and he's a very polite young man. That's from Ian LaPerriere,
Oh,
Lappy.
that's nice. Lappy.
Yeah.
Lappy saying hi. No, yeah, we've brought my young guy a few times, and he's got this cool little suit that he throws on. He thinks he's Joe Reporter.
Really?
Yeah.
Does it really?
The only problem is he thinks he can go every night, so I'm leaving at about 4:35, or leaving the L.A., and I got the little guy saying, "Dad, I'm going with you." Buddy, you can't. You don't have a season pass here. It's just
But he goes to a lot of games?
Goes to a lot of
he
games,
loves
yeah,
it, and
yeah.
he plays, right?
Yep, plays hockey.
He's quite a player. I know you're not going to say it, but I've heard tell. I've heard tell.
Yeah, he was on the phone last night getting messages from the gals, so I think he's on his way to trying to be Mr. Cool with the hockey and the
How old is
and
he?
the hockey scene. He is 12.
Oh, is he? 6th grader?
Yeah, 7th grader. Yeah.
Oh, boy. I guess.
Prodigy.
Yeah, at 12 in Jeffco, if you can read and write, they move you up a couple grades.
Wow. Doug is weighing in.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, sting.
Will Holloway get $9 million and Broberg around $7-8 million? That's for my shade, my balls for this, Sierra.
That depends. When are they going to sign those contracts? That now, or is that at the end of the season?
Yeah, I mean, did the market get a monster reset out of St. Paul, Minnesota?
Yeah, but I think
Not for these gentlemen.
Right. But yeah, you're right. When a guy signs a contract like that, it raises the tide to everybody, right? So I think that Holloway, after what he did last year, let's say he signed it today, I think he's got to be a $9 million player, even though he just did it 1 year. But he's going to want that because he knows that if it's a 5, 6, 7, 8 year contract, that numbers are going up. So if he scores, let's say 33. I think that, what I said in the bold prediction,
yes.
I think he's a guy who, is he a $11 million player? I think that's possible too. And then Broberg, he's back on defense, but I think there's just a ton of potential there. And I think what he can do offensively and defensively, he's going to put him in that $9-10 million category as well.
Well, what'd you think of Connor McDavid signing 2 years for like $12.5 million?
Crazy, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, everybody's kind of already said it that he just wants to win, right? But, my question that I had, Doug, was, what about all the players union out there?
Yeah, I thought that too. I bet they weren't happy with that.
Yeah, they want him to push it and get it up to $18 million. But I think all the respect that people have for Connor McDavid, they realize why he's doing it. And
good for him.
But yeah, I'm sure he can dig into his couch and find that other $4 million.
That's kind of what he said in an interview. He says, I'm not going to have any trouble finding food or anything.
Right.
I just want to play here.
Yeah, God bless. I love that kind of crap. Please ask if Falk is fully healthy to start the season. It's from the 314.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's looked fine out in practice, and I know he's been nicked up the past couple of years, but no reason to believe that he's injured at the moment.
JR, I know you're going to shoot the Last Minute Blues podcast. I was told 9:25 hard out, kind of in a demonstrative way, too.
Oh, were you? Who said this?
Little Jackie Papers of Chicago's 670 The Score.
Yeah, we'll get out and head down there and do the podcast with Donnie and Alex, and hopefully Doug will give it a listen later when it publishes.
Yeah,
oh, absolutely will, yeah.
Are you pissed at Doug for that Jeffco 12-year-old thing?
I love it.
Sounds like you're furious.
Yeah, and Carlos, too, right?
Yeah, Carlos Spicy winner also. JR, always enjoy the conversation. There he is. That's Jeremy Rutherford, presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Miss any of the two-part questions, go back and watch on YouTube, TMA STL YouTube channel. Open up the app and open it up, and then you can participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat as well. And then you can text in and do so at 314-399-9646. And Doug, you can also call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You know anything about Callier and Thompson? I do.
I think a lot of people do, because this is a St. Louis business that's been around since the 1950s. I can't imagine how many homes that they have improved over all that time. Probably in the thousands, I would think. Their people have more than 165 years of combined experience making your kitchen, bathroom, basement remodel, everything look like an absolute showplace. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to be there to back up their work. Callier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do, and during the process, they are always available for you. The Callier and Thompson team cares about the work that they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take great pride in all the work that they do. Their core values are summed up by simply doing the right thing. Might cost them a little extra time, a few extra dollars, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. When you have Callier and Thompson come in and gut your kitchen, or just do a minor redo, it's going to be done right by seasoned professionals who have done this for many, many years and will do it better than anyone around. They've got all kinds of 5-star reviews. Well, here's one now from Susan Yu. Hello, Susie Q. She says, everyone entering our home was courteous and professional. The lead carpenter from Callier and Thompson was polite, patient, and very talented. He kept us informed. Excellent experience. Beautiful result. And you'll be singing the same kind of song if you have Callier and Thompson come into your home and do what they do to make your home look its absolute best. Callier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
There it is, 314-974-0101. If you call in, we're looking for your height, weight, zip code of residence, and net worth. Mr. Lick says you cannot include home equity in your net worth because St. Louis doesn't have enough money for the property to be material to the net worth. So
okay.
I'm just telling you what's going on. 314-974-0101. Email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Boy, this guy's just taunting us.
Great song.
Martin, do you think it's a double entendre, though, for recreational drug use? And how do you explain it to your children?
Tripping on by on LSD.
Yeah.
Lake Shore Drive, which is in Baltimore, Cleveland, Chicago. Oh, papers. You're doing it to us.
Drove on it when I went up for that wedding. It's a gorgeous drive.
Oh, yeah.
During the Kansas game.
This would have been just an hour before the Kansas game, yeah.
What's the most gorgeous drive in St. Louis?
Going up Market and seeing the arch is pretty cool, I think.
All right.
I like that one.
Going down Lindell, Forest Park on one side,
gorgeous.
and the mansions on the other.
It used to be like really good. When it was like super tree lined, it was great, but the tornado took care of that.
I think it's Tam and Nottingham.
That's the best drive.
Well, in the shadows of Francis Park.
Okay. And the St. Gabriel.
Hampton, when you could see a radio show right through the window.
That's right. With
Go
dancers. Jinx, Coke, rails.
Craziest thing I've ever heard.
It did happen. TMA 101 ESPN programs presented by Brown and Crouppen, Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. Martin, you were making the observation that this little Jackie Papers has all kinds of fun with audio, and we've only gone to a couple of them. Are you looking to call for one, or do we want to trust Chicago's own?
Well, we've got baseball, Yoff Talk. We've got College Corner, which we touched on Mizzou. And but we haven't heard from Coach Drink. They had the Tuesday day at them. Let's rip through some Mizzou talk.
All right.
Papers. What's your first choice?
Let's talk about the secondary, which I think is a lot of concern, an area of concern for Missouri fans. Here's Eli Drinkwitz on the Missouri secondary.
That was really component number 2 for us, improvement, improving in our zone cover. We've given up a lot of explosive passes in some of our zone stuff, so trying to make improvements to our zone distribution, and then we've had really too many penalties in the back end too, and so trying to get better at not utilizing our hands in inappropriate ways.
Clip that off.
That's on the football field.
Describe that one.
I think I heard a media laugh.
Yeah.
Big time. Mm-hmm. Big time. Add it to the library.
You have a library of media lab?
Sure do.
Bo Prabula talking about getting the chance to go up against Roll Tide, how he can improve.
I think, just been a solid start. I think just continuing to be consistent. And I think, in the bye week, just working through different things as far as, footwork, kind of adjusting different things that I think, can help me in the pocket and, just pocket awareness and different stuff like that. There's always a lot of things to improve, even when, games go well. There's always a lot of things you can take out of that. So having 5 games so far this year to kind of nitpick and see different areas I can improve was good for the bye week to kind of, take a step back and kind of focus within to see how we can improve.
Oh, gosh.
Wow, a lot of action in the trenches.
It really was. I even heard crowd noise in the background of that.
And I also have Ohio State's coach Ryan Day talking about Illinois.
I haven't heard this. I'm intrigued to hear what he says about this. And he's talking about Illinois and how he doesn't really hold the Indiana blowout against ILL. I wonder if he's talking about that secondary situation. I don't know, because I'm curious on it. Let's hear Ryan Day on ILL.
Pitch the game, throw it out. It's not who they are. I can't quite explain that game. I know Nebraska had the same thing that happened last year and then came in and played us all the way to the fourth quarter. So throw that film out. Don't even barely look at it, because to me that's not who we're playing. They, whatever it was in that game, it's an outlier. So we're going to look at the games that were played prior, what they did last year, what they've done the last 2 games. Brett's again one of the better coaches in the country, and he's a resilient guy, and they're a resilient team. So I think it says a lot about them to rebound the way they did, get a win against USC, and then go play the way they did last week. So, we all know that going through a tough loss can bring a bunch of people together. I think they've done that, and so we know we're going to get their best shot here on Saturday, and we're going to talk about that today, and we've got to have a great day of practice.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, and if anybody knows it, it's him with what happened
Sometimes games just get away from you. It happens at every level of sports. Yep. Everybody combined. What can go wrong does go wrong, and the other team's rolling, and it just snowballs.
But I would look at the tape if I'm Ohio State and see if there's some things we could perhaps take advantage of.
Mm-hmm. A lot of slant routes.
Before, if I'm Illinois, I throw the tape away. But if I'm Ryan Day,
right, they're probably looking at the tape all day.
Oh, yeah.
I think Illinois is a damn good team, and I think Ohio State's going to have to bring their best.
Numbers at 14.5.
That's too high.
Too many points.
That's too high.
They're second. The reason for at least the level of the blowout in that game, and it's so important, especially if you're gambling. But with this being our job responsibility, is I mean, was it 6 of 7 members of their secondary were out?
Yeah.
Some during the game, some before the game, some suspension, most injury. And so, yes, you were talking about the slant routes. That's all that they did. Yep. So it's how much do you buy into that? Because the reason why Indiana shot up the rankings is because of not just beating Illinois, but beating them the way that they did. So then when you look at Indiana for one of the glamour games of the weekend, it's where game day is going to be. Indiana's only getting 7.5 in Eugene. Do you buy in to Indiana, or are you going, okay, Illinois was not really Illinois, and then do you then apply it to how you handicap Illinois, Ohio State, and that number being 14.5. As far as Heisman odds go, the 2 local teams playing a large role in these Heisman projections. Doug, do you want to take a guess as to who the favorite is for the Heisman Trophy as of October 8th? 2025 per FanDuel, sponsor of the Spread Zone.
I don't.
You won't get it.
So. No. Can I have initials at least?
DM. Slide into him.
Duke Mulligan?
Nope.
Who's he play for now?
He's off this week.
Dwayne Mahoney. Second letter, first name.
A.
Dave. Third letter, first name.
N.
Dan
Mullen.
Did I get Dan right?
Dan's not a jackass.
Danny. Daniel. Fourth letter, first name.
T.
Dante.
There you go.
Dante is right. See, this isn't that hard. Okay, second letter, second name.
This guy wears biker shorts. His football
you like a man in biker shorts?
Biker
doesn't
shorts.
give me the letter though. M-O. Dante Momo. Dante
nickname.
Montgomery. Third letter, please.
Oh.
Dante Moo.
I knew you were going to go there.
Dante Mooligan. Dante Mooligan.
This is the favorite for the Heisman
Okay,
Trophy.
fourth letter, please.
R.
Dante Moorman. Dante Moore.
He's playing for BYU.
You're doing too much.
Dante Moore. Fifth letter, please.
E. That's it. This is all I have. This is how we're spelling.
Dante Moore?
Yes.
Okay, that wasn't that hard. That was easy.
Okay. You got it.
He's plus 500 to win the Heisman.
Okay.
I think this is the most wide open Heisman race I can recall in recent memory.
Probably.
Yeah, for sure.
Dante Moore, then Carson Beck, Ty Simpson. So if Ty Simpson's the favorite on Sunday morning, Jackson, things did not go well for you and Mark.
No, it did not.
And then for ILL, Jeremiah Smith is fourth.
Hardy's not in there anywhere?
You got to do some scrolling to get to Ahmad Hardy. John Mateer at Oklahoma is plus 1,000. Courtesy of Illinois, no question. Fernando Mendoza, Indiana, is plus 1,200. Julian Sayin, Ohio State, again, impacting ILL this weekend, is at plus 1,600. And then we do a little scrolling, not much, though, to get to some local fun and games. Bo Prabula is actually above Ahmad Hardy. He is plus 3,300. And then we do a little scrolling. Jeremiah Love, fire up, Martin. He's at plus 5,500. I would buy into that being a value play because look at you. I got a smirk there from you.
Because they're going to rack up some numbers.
You better believe it, and they've got to.
Yeah.
And they've got a favorable schedule.
It's the running back thing that would always just give me trepidation.
But any year ending in 5.
Yeah. And I think that's, they do give it to running backs. But the fact that
Derrick Henry, 15. Reggie Bush, 5. Eddie George, 95.
Yeah.
85. Bo Jackson.
Yeah. Just the fact that Prabula is probably, twice. His odds are twice better than Ahmad Hardy, even though Hardy is I think most would agree, has had the way better seasons as to this point in terms of stats. I just think the running back things would give me trepidation. Like Mendoza being way ahead. Like Mendoza, I would short that play all day.
You think he's going to find out what it's all about in Eugene, Oregon at approximately 12:30 Pacific in the rain, brother?
No, I think Indiana's really good. I just think that they're a great team overall. I don't think he's the one like necessarily elevating them to top 10 status. I'm not saying he's bad, but it's not a lot of deep balls from what I've seen from Indiana. It's a lot of, like we said, slant patterns against Illinois.
For those of you on FanDuel, and I'm glad to say that I think that's a large number of you, I do not see Ahmad Hardy.
Yeah, he's been like missing on a lot of lists, on a lot of odd
What
sheets.
kind of Shishawala list is it?
I mean, I'm not mocking at all Luke Altmaier, but I think even Illinois fans would go, yeah, Ahmad Hardy would be. Luke Altmaier's on there, and he's at plus 30,000, by the way. I don't know what the hell to say about that. I just think that's a miss. My premise is this: Altmaier may be the guy. Or take your pick of Sayin, or take your pick of Ty Simpson, or take your pick of Bo Prabula or Ahmad Hardy. One of the names involving one of the two local teams or their opponents from this weekend, because of the magnitude of these games, will climb, because one of these Heisman candidates is going to play a role in their team getting a big win. It cannot not happen. If you do it on a stage against Alabama, whether it be Prabula or Hardy, you move up the list. Or in Hardy's case, you get on the list. And if Altmaier were to have the kind of game that he had as he did this past weekend against Purdue, and he does it against Ohio State in a win, Altmaier shoots up from plus 30,000.
Yeah.
Do you put any faith in On3, that website?
Yes.
They've got Hardy as number 4 on the Heisman
That's
race.
why I cannot figure this out. I am going to Bovada, which I may or may not use until we get this video poker thing taken care of. And he has been on Bovada.
Texter's saying that Hardy is 30-1 on DraftKings.
Okay.
I think Carson Beck would be my favorite.
Flacco Beck or Carson Beck?
Carson Beck. My
kind of a
apologies.
Chase Daniels moment there.
Couldn't be sorrier. Carson Beck.
Boy, Martin.
The Alliance are going to have an emergency meeting minus one of the people in the Alliance.
Carson Beck. He's a known name on a team that I think has a real chance of going undefeated, and their offense is super dynamic. I would bet on him.
I agree with you on it. I don't know if I think he's the reason, but he is the quarterback of the team that, I mean, I was short in the Miami stock, and I just have to go, okay, I think I was, I mean, at what point? They beat Notre Dame, they beat USF, and USF beat Florida, who they also beat, and then they go into Tallahassee, and they win in such...
Smoked them.
They did. I mean, I know if you just look at the box score, it doesn't look that way, but what was it, 28-3 or something like that?
Yeah, at one point, yeah.
You can't ignore that, and the defense giving up some points in the second half's not on Carson Beck.
No.
Again, I don't know if he's even the best player on his team, but I think that would be somebody that I would take a look at if I were. And one that I would say is one that is a name that plenty of people probably wouldn't be familiar with, but if they continue to have success, is a guy who wasn't even the starter a month ago, Trinidad Chambliss.
Ole Miss.
Oh, you know about Trinidad Chambliss? He
Yeah.
is fun to watch, and they are a good team, plus 1,600. So
Ole Miss is good, man.
You believe in Hotty Toddy? Ole Miss in Missouri, SEC championship game.
I think that would be awesome. I think that would be like if you're like a parody person, like you're looking for parodying college football.
And if you're single and you're wanting to go and see some fun and games in Atlanta, how do you do?
That too. It's a twofold reasoning why I think it's awesome. I think that would be a perfect kind of SEC
And the
championship.
second fold is that it's good for singles?
That's correct.
Sure. Singles are people who are just looking to get after it, you know?
they?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you wouldn't go as a single.
You'd go with Mark.
It's always in Atlanta? I do that.
According to Bovada, for the record, Ahmad Hardy is plus 3,500. And that puts him 16th on Bovada's rankings. Prabula is plus 3,300. Diego Pavia is ahead of Ahmad Hardy.
I think he played his way out of that discussion this
They still have a
last week.
chance.
I don't think he does.
Pavia?
Yeah, I don't think he's got a shot.
I mean, for a
Ty
guy,
Simpson was much better than he
I
was
agree
last
with
week.
that. And again, it's into the weeds, but that first fumble, I mean, the interception was bad too, but the fumble for a guy who runs and protects the ball so well, he was carrying it like
a loaf of
Sandlot
bread.
football.
Yeah.
And that's what I hated seeing. I mean, I wanted Alabama to win just to create a bigger deal for this coming Saturday, but God, I'm just like, oh, that's such a self-inflicted wound for a guy who's been so damn good and really the key to that program's turnaround. So Matt Hardy on Bovada, for the record, is plus 3,500, but I don't see it on FanDuel. Ideally, it's on FanDuel on Saturday night because that means things would have gone well for the Fighting Tigers. You're welcome to get involved on the program. 314-399-9646 is how you can text in. You can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Chairman Kurt is in there. If Grandpa watched a little more ball and a little less Golden Bachelor, we wouldn't be in this position. I don't know what that's about. But what do we got going on here?
That was just during the guessing game. I just am frustrated that he can't name the Heisman frontrunner, but he could probably name the Golden Bachelor and all the contestants.
Oh, well, some of the contestants. Certainly Mel Owens is your Golden Bachelor.
Is anybody there for the wrong reason?
It appears there are some. Mm-hmm.
And the names of the contestants. We have Mildred.
I think Gladys is on there.
Agnes.
Irma.
Blanche.
Yeah, they got in a lot of trouble when he said he wanted someone like 40 to 50, and he's 66 himself, so created quite a little firestorm. But I think he's over. I think he's weathered the storm. Dante Moore, I don't know if he's weathered anything or not.
There's biker shorts.
Mm.
And you like a gentleman in biker shorts.
I don't really care one way or the other. I don't really understand the whole I have to wear spandex when I ride a bicycle.
Aerodynamic.
I don't really get
I'm
that.
telling you, if you want to avoid any trouble, do not go after the cycling community.
Yeah, it's...
Well, they can cycle like the Dickens. I don't care. I just don't know how much time they're trying to cut off their splits by wearing spandex instead of regular shorts.
Are you being for real right now?
Yeah.
It's not about the time.
What's it about?
Chafing.
Chafing?
Protecting your legs.
Regular shorts, you chafe?
Oh, God, yeah.
I've never chafed because of a pair of shorts in my life.
How much cycling have you done?
Well, no competitive cycling. You're telling me just riding the bike with regular shorts causes your legs to chafe?
I ask Jackson. He does some cycling. What's he wearing?
I wear regular shorts, but I would say I'm doing some light cycling.
How about the chafing?
I seldom chafe.
See there?
Yeah, but I powder up. Also, Breaking Away is a great movie, and people should watch that if they like bicycling.
Cutters.
Yeah.
Okay. Always gets back to promoting the podcast.
I'm not talking about a movie, boy. I'm just saying it's a good movie.
Dennis Quaid. Anybody else of note?
Daniel Stern.
Daniel Stern.
Yeah, Daniel Stern's in there.
Paul Dooley.
Derek Dooley.
Yeah.
And the dad was just irate. Dad looked a little like a young Ned Beatty.
A little bit.
Kind of.
I could see that.
Oh, is he sodomized up against a tree?
Oh.
Wink.
James Carlton wasn't in that, but he is in my mental Rolodex as being the greatest insurance agent of all time. And I think a lot of people, including Jamie Rivers, would agree with that. Jamie Rivers made the switch a couple weeks ago, and he couldn't believe how much money James Carlton was saving him. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. Has your insurance gone up in the last year? Give James Carlton a chance to save you money. Do you have kids under 25 on your insurance policy? Well, this is where James has saved TMA listeners the most money. Just go online at carltoninsurance.net. But if you want to call and spend, I would say about 120 seconds to spend what could wind up being thousands of dollars a year, I would recommend it. You're going to talk to somebody live in Webster Groves right now during business hours. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Ba. Ba da dee da ba da. Ba dee. It was a good run. Second longest running TMA producing history next to producer Joe.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Was Joe on again off again?
Wow.
No, he was straight through. Well, you're right, Martin. He did get terminated for telling the general manager to go F himself.
That happens. You kids out there, take heed. That doesn't always go well.
Sometimes they'll say that's insubordination. Sometimes.
So he was gone, and then he was back.
Then he was back. But overall, nearly a decade for producer Joe and Miss Jackie Papers. Is it 5 years?
Was.
5 years.
Was.
And you are not going to Chicago for an interview despite being all dialed up, and yet every song you've played has been Chicago.
I think it's a good. There's some good tunes I've played. These are just a good excuse to play some good tunes.
I kind of agree with that.
Yeah.
I have to tell you that.
How about that song "Sweet Home Chicago"? I really don't enjoy it. Nothing to do with
Is that
Chicago.
by Bob Johnson?
It's that kind of like the Blues Brothers would do it.
Yeah, right.
Sweet Home.
What's the Cubs song after they win?
Go Cubs,
You
go.
love that song.
I do. I like Go Cubs Go.
They're playing at 4 o'clock.
It's the W.
I think they'll win today. 4 o'clock, Wrigley Field. 4:08. Sorry. Take some time off. Brewers, Cubs. Can the Cubs get back in that series, Doug? What do you think? I think they can at home.
Over under how many baseball games we have tomorrow, Martin? There could be 4. There could be 0. Hello again, everybody.
Well, hello, everyone.
I think the Phillies will get a win. I think the Jays will win.
Nola's going up against Yamamoto. Nola has not had the greatest year.
So I'm going to say, you asked how many games will be. Seattle could close it out. I'll say there'll be 2.
Okay.
2 tomorrow.
That's probably what the bell curve would tell you. Nola's last start, he went 8 and only gave up 1 run, but his 2 starts previous, he gave up 4 and 6 earned runs, respectively. So, had a 7.53 ERA in the month of August, and a 5.04 ERA in the month of September, 7.98. Before that. So, with that all said, he's going to have to deal with that Dodger lineup as the Dodgers look to close that out and go to the NLCS yet again and set up a showdown that I would imagine the networks would enjoy if the Cubs could somehow come back and win it. Or you could have a David and Goliath, little old Milwaukee and their little old payroll going up against the big bad Dodgers.
We'll have to get Keith from South Milwaukee to call in just to talk about his Brewers.
That's probably who it'll be, too. Milwaukee and the Dodgers.
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series.
Well, yeah, I think everyone is.
They met a couple of years ago. I think Kershaw closed them out in the CS.
Doug's Plump Twinkie has just released a 10-unit play in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Really?
Nola is going to shove. It's a 10-unit play. That's from Doug's Plump Twinkie.
He's going to shove. Okay, that means he's going to pitch well?
Charlie Marlowe loves saying somebody's going to shove.
You like that term?
Yeah.
It's pretty subjective, though, isn't it?
Like what falls under the category of a shove?
Like,
I think
quality start's like a real stat.
All right, if Nola goes 6 innings, 2 runs, did he shove?
He certainly got a quality start. Yeah.
That's a shove, I think, in this situation.
Martin, I need to issue an apology. Earlier in this segment here on the Morning After on WXOS 101 ESPN, I said there was a possibility of 4 games tomorrow. But
the American League has the day off. Right?
I did not realize that for the 4th time since the conclusion of the regular season 10 days ago, these playoff teams will have a day off. The American League will be off tomorrow no matter what happens today. I'm going to take some time away with Doug and Mark.
So I win. I said there'd be 2 games tomorrow.
Yeah.
Although I guess
theoretically there could be 0.
There could be a closeout by the Dodgers and the Brewers. I actually think the American League teams on the road today. I think the Blue Jays and Mariners will finish off their series.
Wow. That'll wrap it up.
But it sounds like all of us need time off for the things we've said today.
Yeah, and Jackson's leaving. So
I mean, no
I
one
guess
left.
We'll play TMA Best Of.
Well, the guy
If I
won.
say intro, are you no doubt first ballot?
In what sport?
I think the caller who wanted to come down and see us on the show, and we always said, no.
Right.
This is your chance. You can actually come down and host.
7+ innings pitched, 2 or less earned runs is shoving, Doug. That's from Doug's plump Twinkie.
I didn't know that was an official stat.
Is that a reference to poker? Like shoving all in?
That's a nice question, actually. I don't mind that crowdsource.
Yeah. I'm trying to find out.
I knew that it meant would pitch well. Boy, let me tell you something. If Aaron Nola goes 7+ and 2 earned runs or less against that group today, God bless him. Tip of the cap. That's a hell of an accomplishment.
A hell of a shove.
That's a hell of a shove. That's exactly what it would be. Cubs have an OPS of almost 900 against the Brewers starter in his 3 starts against them this year. That's from the St. Ann Cubs fan. So the St. Ann Cubs fan likes the Quinn Priesters on the mound.
Right.
For the Brewers. Roll Tide can shove their history up their hoop. That's from the Harry Hog.
That was really good last few weeks.
People are still mad at Doug for liking the song "Go Cubs Go."
It's kind of a fun little thing to sing after a
I've
game.
said
isn't
that
it?
before. Yeah.
I think the Cardinals need a song like that.
I do play the cello.
How about that?
Why don't we just say "Go Cards Go"?
Steal
Go
it.
Cards Go. Yeah. And just say what? What are you talking about? We just came up with a catchy little jingle.
Bill Reloaded, on the other hand, is taking the Dodgers money line.
15-yarder for Bill.
That was Bill. For Bill.
Back to cycling. Sharon and Clayton says.
New segment papers. Back to cycling. Right after sit and giggle.
Chafing while cycling has to do with how big your thighs are and if you have thigh gap. If you're a quadzilla, you will chafe. If not, you won't. In other words, it's about girth, which I think the panel can relate to.
Wow.
Quadzilla.
Okay.
I think they're saying the fats are the ones that are getting the chafing.
Yeah, I got bird legs. But again, I'm a casual cyclist. I have a flat tire on my front tire on my bike, and I don't even have the heart to pump it up. That shows you where
months at a time.
Where my interest is on it. No, I mean, I've been doing it a lot recently. It's beautiful weather for it.
Cycling?
Oh, yeah. It's when it's really hot out and you go downhill, it feels amazing.
Do you get annoyed if there's a cyclist in the street right in front of you on a road?
As long as they're like aware and they follow traffic rules, it's always fine.
What if they're going much slower than you would like to
Then
go?
you pass them when it's safe.
What if there's no room?
Well, then you wait,
I had one on Olive Road the other day coming into work. There was a guy in the right lane just bicycling down, going about 15 miles an hour.
Yeah, nice. I mean, it's not ideal, but, it's a mode of transportation. They're allowed to be on the road as well.
Yes, I understand.
Can we please talk about the MLB playoff schedule? Scheduling playoff games during the day is a brain-dead decision. The vast majority of fans only care about their team anyway. Every game should be in prime time in a home city. Fans who care about watching other teams will have 2 screens up in their living room or be at Cyberg's with all the games on at once. That's from the 314.
Okay.
There's a lot there, but I agree with the meat of it. I do think daytime playoff baseball is lame.
No, come on. And when it's at night, everybody says, oh, it's too late. Everybody's going to bed. What about the old days?
There's a happy medium. 7 o'clock is that's a fair time to start a sporting event. 8 o'clock, you're getting a little late. 9 o'clock's too late.
But you got games tonight at 6 and 8. Do you want them all at the same time? You got 4 games today. One's at 6, one's at 8.
Yeah, I mean, I get
That's
from
enough.
the TV networks, they wouldn't want them at the same time, but for viewer experience, I think it'd be better.
But if you're a Tiger Mariners fan, and granted, you want as many people watching, but if Detroit, Seattle, they're tuned in. They don't care if they play it at noon. I think the day baseball, it's part of the playoffs, man. Come on.
I get it, but...
Now, do you need time off, too?
No, I stand by my stand. Like, what about if do you work? If you have work at 3 o'clock game?
Nobody works.
Right. Then I retract my statement.
So you are going to take some time away.
Yeah. Martin Show. What was I supposed to do?
Doug, I have to tell you, I'm a little surprised, but I'm delighted to see that a lady who I believe would be, I guess, in her 80s, just sent me an email and says the following. Hi, Tim. We listen to your show every morning and love it. This morning, you were talking about coaches getting fired after losing to Mizzou. In addition to Dan Mullen getting fired the day after, Dearly was fired from Tennessee the day after losing to Mizzou in 4 overtimes in Tennessee in 2012. DGB caught the winning pass Frank Solich was fired after losing to Nebraska in 2003, after losing to them for 25 years, I guess after Nebraska lost to Missouri. He was fired after that game? I didn't remember that. I know we're going back a long ways here. The infamous night we all walked up to Harpo's carrying the goalposts up there and cutting it apart in the streets. We were at all these games, and it's hilarious. I tried to text your show this morning, but I couldn't make it work. Have fun with that 3-year-old at the game. We have had season tickets for 30 years. Doug, that's from Diane Bloom. My husband's Herb, and I guess he's class of 64, so maybe that means she's not.
Huh.
But either way.
Okay.
That's awesome.
How about that?
What a sweet message.
I was speaking with her on the phone lines, and
is that right?
I accidentally disconnected her because we had another call coming in, and I was trying to figure out a way to get her
Possibly have
back.
2
So,
calls at once.
Diane, if you're listening, I would love to continue the conversation. Call back in.
Okay.
So sweet.
Yeah. And that was Haim's mom?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Very
It's
nice.
probably part of onboarding, I think. Martin does have onboarding coming up here. 10 o'clock hour is upon us on TMA. Email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling. Email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Hey, Jackson, is it true you're leaving TMA to become the GM of the Cardinals? That's from Doug's Lost Remote.
I don't think I would do a very good job at that.
All right.
No, I don't think I'm built for it. No, it's like a dream job.
Would you scold people on Twitter when your team wins, though?
like to dunk on them? No. Focus on the goal, not necessarily the wins, the little wins you can have.
Look at this
on Twitter.
How about that?
Because they don't put banners up for dunking on someone with 80 followers.
Well, they may, the way the Cardinals have gone the last 3 years or so.
Yeah, great social media year. Put the banner up. 8,000 likes.
How about this? If Jackson heads to Chicago, it would be the reciprocal to Brock to the Cardinals. It cannot happen. That's from
so nice.
Raptilkus.
I'm not going anywhere. I just,
But the appeal is still there.
I guess. I love it here, man.
Can I ask you a question, though? You are dressed up because you have a big interview later in the day here in St. Louis, not in Chicago.
Right.
But you've worn the sport coat the entire show, which you could have just...
Even though the sun is just pounding down.
I'm saying you could have had the coat off to the side.
I don't think I look good with just the shirt.
Oh, okay.
I think the jacket really completes the outfit.
So it's jacket or topless?
Essentially, yeah.
So for the YouTube audience, you decided to stay dialed up.
Well, yeah, I
respect
think
that.
I look better with the jacket on. It's a complete look. I honestly feel naked without the tie.
Really? Is that right?
I like a tie. It's
You're old school, man.
unpopular,
This
but
is a meat and potatoes guy.
I like a tie.
Who was the big guy in boxing that used to wear a sport coat and no shirt underneath it?
In boxing?
Yeah, he was like a promoter or manager.
Sounds WWE.
No. He was big in the boxing world. I forget who it was.
Not Don King, obviously.
No. But it might be a look that you could embrace.
I like that idea, man.
Don King's still
Topless with
alive?
his
He is friend of the program, Martin, and many
my God.
times.
topless with a sport coat on is like the walk of shame move you do in college when you had a date party or something and you leave someone's apartment and you're walking home and it's 95 degrees out in August.
Exit in 500 South College.
Yeah, and you're wearing your sport coat with no shirt on
And your
underneath.
shirt has what, vomit on it or something?
Yeah.
You can't possibly wear
Ties
it.
around your head.
Vomit and horse.
Yeah, you're walking home barefoot because you lost a shoe.
Sounds very specific.
May or may not have happened.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling. Email of the day. Can Jackson take time sharing to Chicago with him? We would always remember his sacrifice. That yappy crow would do well in a bigger city where the traffic noise can drown her out. That's from Arbor Day.
A yappy crow.
It's not right, but the term yappy is very funny to me.
He's also texting in about her detached garage being very Chesterfield.
What's the upside to a detached garage?
Doug?
Detached?
Yeah, there is none.
The upside, maybe you got more room in the backyard or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
New builds wouldn't do that, would they?
Not very often. No, I wouldn't think so.
Doug, a lot of votes for Butch Lewis.
That's who it was. Yeah, it was Butch Lewis. Yeah.
We appreciate the people texting in. Martin, we will bring the heat tomorrow at 7 a.m. Martin's heading out for onboarding. 10 o'clock hour coming up, which includes the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It is TMA. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
Hey, this is Tim McKernan. It's October, and this is when the weather really starts to shift. The mornings are crisp, the evenings are cooler, and before long, those chilly fall breezes will turn into full-blown winter winds. If your home's already feeling drafty or your energy bills are creeping up, now is the time to do something about it before the cold really sets in. And Universal Windows Direct is making it easier than ever with an October deal that is packed with value. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, enjoy 0% interest for 3 full years. And to top it off, get an extra $500 off your entire home improvement project when you schedule this month. So while you're swapping out your wardrobe and breaking out the jackets, go ahead and prep your home for colder weather too. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. Buy 2, get 2 free, 0% financing for 3 years, bonus $500 off. You'll be glad you did. And just like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Arizona Cardinals are fining Coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for his sideline altercation Sunday, with his running back sources are telling ESPN's Adam Schefter. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This guy's just dunking on us. You know, when Gangster Pete left, he didn't play trash truck songs.
He spit at 16. He wrote down like a freestyle rap. I remember it. I was there.
Yeah. Was that December 2020, Doug?
Yep. It would have been December 4th.
Is it December 4th?
December 4th, 2020, and then he peeled out of the parking lot as fast as he could.
Somebody's upset that whoever made fun, I guess Arbor Day made fun of detached garages.
Mm-hmm.
Less of a fire hazard with a detached garage. So that's why people do it.
Well, it could be true, yeah.
That's from Fastlane.
I have a carport.
Right, and carports.
Virtually no fire hazard because there's nothing there on the sides.
Worst case is you lose the roof of it, but you'll be all right.
Yeah. But it's great for your neighbor's property value.
Right.
314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. And then you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I haven't spent enough time in there today. It's season. MD 2020's in there talking with Kitty Bates, who's talking to eggplant emoji, who's talking to Spicy So. Or do you say Sow?
I usually say Sow.
I haven't had General Tso's in a while. Maybe I'll get General Tso's today.
I don't order that.
Sometimes it comes out real spicy.
I wouldn't mind that, and then wash it down with some waffle fries.
Right, dip the waffle fries in the sauce.
You can't get decent waffle fries at a Chinese restaurant.
Why not?
What if you go to the Chick-fil-A right next door there, boy?
Yeah, you can make 2 stops.
Right.
Oh, I don't make 2 stops.
Well, if you go to In-N-Out, you can't get the fries.
I don't care how long Chinese food's been in your car driving home. You get home, it's piping hot. They've revolutionized keeping food hot.
They?
The Chinese restaurants.
Interesting. Wouldn't mind an apology on Twitter.
More time off.
All I'm doing is praising them. Mm-hmm. This is no matter how long.
What do you mean by them?
The Chinese restaurants.
Interesting. Maybe I wouldn't mind another.
Asian American restaurants?
Thank you.
Okay.
Get involved in the program. You can call in. We need your height, weight, zip code of your primary residence. We know many of our listeners have multiple homes. And then, of course, your net worth. However, home equity does not count in your net worth, at least on the purpose of this show, per Mr. Licks, because real estate is not valuable enough in St. Louis, he says, for it to factor in. So these are kind of the things. Hey, guys, I'm going to the Sandler show next Friday. Do you have any recommendations for a nice steak restaurant? I could take my wife after the show. What's open after a show like that in St. Louis? I'm from the Illinois territories. Thanks, boys. That's from the Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville. Doug?
I don't think you'd find anything.
What, that Max and Irma's that used to be next to KMO?
Gone.
You might be able to get a steak burger, find a steak and shake that's drive-thru's open.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
Good.
There's one by the patron saint of the Peach Fuzz mustache, just on the other side of 44.
How late does Ruth's Chris stay open?
Jackson, I know that's where you hit, and sometimes dying by yourself, reading a novel.
They do have good cream spinach.
He goes to Ruth's Chris.
I don't get a Ruth's Chris by myself, but I would. And they probably close at 10, 10:30.
Probably.
If you're not in St. Louis, congratulations.
Oh.
What are your guys' thoughts on the Arizona Cardinals coach getting fined $100,000 for yelling at the player? Here's mine. It's weak, and that's why we are in the place that we are in this world. Just soft. That's from the 314. Doug, that was just the Sports Center update that we heard from little Jackie Papers.
Yes.
I talked about it yesterday. I thought probably, this is just a coach and the player, but he did strike him pretty hard. There's 2 angles of the video, and one of the angles, like the profile of it, it's a strike.
And it's hard. The guy's wearing football.
I know. That's kind of. I don't think Jonathan Gannon would have done that if he wasn't in pads. So I thought it was unnecessary to fine him, but the Arizona Cardinals fined him, not the NFL. So
okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's the.
You think that's what they do when they're getting ready to fire a coach? Maybe we'll get $100,000 back of what we owe him.
Be an interesting play.
I wouldn't imagine he's making. Again, I want to make it clear, this is all relative. He's not making all of that much, so a $100,000 fine, that's a hit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. That is expensive.
All right, I'll get the information.
It's a hit for a hit.
He makes, well, this is nice. It's a nice wide delta. $3 million, between $3 million and $5 million, Doug.
Okay. Yeah. Slight difference.
And he probably has made pretty good money before that, too. Maybe not that kind of money, but half that.
He's a pretty young guy, Jonathan Gannon. So
he's 41.
Yeah.
42. And he was the defensive coordinator with the Eagles before coming over to the Cardinals. And he's been there in 2023, so this is his third season. And you know what? He was a college scout for your St. Louis Rams in 2009.
Okay. Well, that's a clear message for football coaches everywhere. Keep your hands off the players.
Right.
And Woody Hayes taught people to put their
thumb
hands
thrust
right underneath it.
Open one thumb up, just like you're calling a batter out or you're hitchhiking. One thumb up right in the Adam's apple.
It was just because, the guy picked it off and ran into
intercepted.
Yeah, he was just in close proximity.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
he got tackled by the Ohio State bench right in front of Woody Hayes.
Yeah.
So he had no choice but to give him the thumb thrust.
That would really hurt, I think.
Would you support Drinkwitz tripping Ryan Williams if he's running down wide open after more confusion amongst the Missouri safeties on Saturday at around 12:30?
Like that Jets coach in Miami did that one time where he leaned his leg out. That was unbelievable. Tomlin did something similar, too. That's really weird. Stay on the sidelines.
Let's be honest, Gannon's not actually getting fined. They just announced it to make everyone feel better. That's from the Stubborn Stash. That might not be a bad read by the Stubborn Stash.
Yeah, if it's the Cardinals fining him and not the NFL, which that is the case, that could be on the table.
Guys, if the Arizona Cardinals start charging access to their putting green, we know they really have some problems. That's from Arbor Day. Yeah, that tends to be a...
True. I can use the bathroom in the game.
Guys, as a sophomore in high school, I missed my block 2 players in a row in varsity mop-up time. Got our running back blown up twice. Came to the sideline. The head coach grabbed me by the face mask, yelled at me, then tossed me to the side like I was nothing. My dad was a mere 15 feet away on the sideline, and he didn't say a thing. No apologizing, just a lesson learned. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack.
Yeah, that stuff used to happen frequently.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it yesterday, but like every March when Michigan State's in there, Tom Izzo, like a guy comes off the floor and Tom Izzo's just screaming right in his face, yelling people. It's the same conversation happens. And oftentimes the coach and player have a really good relationship, and this is just how they operate.
They used to hold back water from you at practice, didn't they, Doug?
Oh, yeah. Couldn't get a good drink of water. They didn't think being hydrated was important.
Salt tablet?
Yeah.
Like you're
What
a
are
cow?
we, cattle? But you can go on up to the top and go to the smokers lounge in the high school. They had a smokers lounge, and we couldn't get water. Trying to get 15-year-olds hooked on tar and nicotine, that was okay. A drink of water for someone who's practicing football in 100-degree weather? No! Get out of that water! You'll cramp up. I'd be happy cramping up. At least I know I'm alive.
Would you like a cigarette instead?
Yeah, what if that was the option?
They would have given you a cigarette before a glass of water.
Salt tablet or a dart.
Yeah. And when I was in middle school, there were middle school gym teachers paddling kids. Not at North, but at the other one, at Knifer. There was a lot of, everyone said they got paddled by this one gym coach.
Is that why they changed it to Nipper?
They didn't change it. Still
Shame.
Knifer.
Tim, thank you for helping me make some serious dough in betting the Jaguars Monday night. I think when you read through the script and ask why the money line is where it's at on these big games, you truly do come out victorious. That's from the 314. Well, you're very welcome. I just saw Riz in the hallway because we're doing the FanDuel Spread Zone here in 37 minutes with Anthony Stalter of the Fast Lane. And I saw him and I said, hey, you were the big winner this week. He goes, ooh, that's not good. But Riz did. He had the 0-7 week and then the 1-6 week, and he was 3-4 this past week. And that's good enough to win the week on the FanDuel Spread Zone. I went 2-5. Stalter went 1-6. But yeah, I can't help but look at NFL games and go, ooh, that line's weird. That I will pick the opposite. That's how I look at it. But this week, you could do that with Texas giving points to Oklahoma. Weird things happen in the Red River, don't say it, rivalry.
Can't say shootout? Oh.
And then, but in the NFL, if I see weird things, I don't know what to do with the Titans and Raiders. Holy crap. What a butt-ass festival that is.
Yeah.
Flip a coin.
My goodness. I'll probably just avoid it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does work that way in the NFL. I would say about 75% of the time. It's a very strange thing. As someone who may or may not have run a sports gambling operation, in Columbia, Missouri in the late 1990s.
There's every chance you did not.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The first couple of weeks, I'd be like, oh, my God, everybody's betting on this team. I need to offload it onto my friend over there in Lawrence, Kansas. And then after a couple of weeks of seeing it not cover, I'd go, this is great. I know this team somehow is not going to cover. It's the strangest deal in the world. And somehow that still holds true decades later. So that's why I was on the Jaguars. Didn't have a damn thing to do with football. Just like, oh, the Jaguars are only getting 3 points from the Kansas City Chiefs on Monday Night Football. Somehow they're going to cover. Don't know how. Just know it's going to happen. Yeah, that kind of insight is provided on the FanDuel Spread Zone, which will be available on the 101 ESPN YouTube channel here in a couple of hours after we shoot it. You're welcome to email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Doug, you know anything about Design Air? I think you do.
Well, I do. I know even more today than I did yesterday because I had the dashing and highly regarded Steve out to my house yesterday to do some maintenance work on the furnace. You know, it's supposed to be in the 40s tomorrow, low 48 degrees, I think.
No!
Lows Thursday and Friday, so those furnaces are going to click on, maybe, if you want them to. I'll click them on in my house if it's that cold. And you should know that Design Air Heating and Cooling is right there should you have any kind of problem. Even if you don't have a problem, it's really smart to have them come out and do maintenance on your furnace or air conditioner before you do have a problem. That's what I did. And that's why I had Steve out there. He did just a fabulous job. Design Air Heating and Cooling have been serving St. Louisans since 1904 now, more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. Seth Goldkamp is the guy there, long-time family-owned business, been working in St. Louis for all these years and doing it right. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Their technicians are great guys. A lot of them have been with the company for many, many years. They know exactly what they're doing. My little maintenance trip took all of 10, 15 minutes, and he was done. He said, you're looking good. Got it. Blew some dust out of there. You're good to go. It's a nice feeling to know with the winter coming up if your furnace is going to be there when you really need it. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today.
Email the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which is coming up. Compete with the greats, the legends, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's coming up. Then BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour, followed by the Fast Lane at 2 p.m. And don't forget Blues and Wild with opening night rally tomorrow at Union Station. And BK and Ferrario in the Fast Lane broadcasting from Enterprise Center as well. The 101 ESPN opening rally party gets underway at 3 p.m. and goes to 5:30. And then Alex Ferrario will be right here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m. to kick off the festivities with the puck drop at 7 p.m. between the Blues and the Wild. Right here on 101 ESPN. This is TMA. Opportunity here for TMA listeners to make some money. Compensation going to be provided for your time and your travels to O'Fallon, Missouri, so it's not that far. With what Dr. John Canale is doing with Psychiatric Care and Research Center. He has been in practice for 40-plus years, and 20-plus years have been conducting clinical research trials. Dr. John Canale completed his psychiatric residency at Washington University, where he's also served as the chief resident, and he's doing studies that include anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive compulsive disorder. So if you are interested in participating in these clinical research trials, compensation will be provided for both your time and your travel. And again, they're taking place in O'Fallon, Missouri. If you are interested, call 636-244-3593, 636-244-3593, or you can check out their website. I'll say it twice, pcrc-stl.com. That's pcrc-stl.com. Compensation provided for your time and your travel. O'Fallon, Missouri is where it's taking place for these clinical research trials with Dr. John Canale. Online at pcrc-stl.com. So this is Gwen Stefani and Moby?
Yeah, South Side.
Is it? I don't know.
And this is a tribute to St. Gabriel?
Might as well be.
But it doesn't sound like that's what the intent was.
Gwen Stefani went to St. Gabriel's now?
Yeah. She class like 88?
How old do you think Gwen Stefani is? Is 50 too old?
No, I would say at least that.
100% 50. I am going to go with 52.
53.
She turned. She's going to be turned 50, or she just turned 56. She just turned 56
wins again.
Okay. And she's married to Blake Shelton.
Right.
But she was married to Gavin Rossdale.
Correct. They broke up in 2016.
Mount Rushmore of Bush songs, go.
Of Bush songs? I don't know that I have any.
Glycerine.
Yeah, Everything Zen was what put him on the map, right?
Machine Head.
Yeah, that's kind of the jam. My older son likes that one. And you think it's Gavin Rossdale driving around?
Don't look at me. I don't know any of them.
You want to contribute to this?
I don't know none of them. Bush songs, as in shrubbery.
Clip that up.
Period, like the dot.
Boy, I could use a couple of boxwoods. All I did was trim it, and it killed it. All I did was trim
so
the
that shrub's
boxwood.
completely gone?
Gone. Yeah, it's like getting a haircut and dying from that.
That would be a bad beat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what this is, but somebody just sent in a picture and said they're a Mizzou grad and they're on top of a mountain in a tank top wearing a Cardinal shirt. I don't know what it means, though. It's just from the 314.
Oh, yeah.
Is that Mount Everest?
I don't know. It kind of looks like Alan.
There's a real situation on that Mount Everest right now.
What's going on Mount Everest?
I think there's like hundreds of people stranded because of some storm that rolled in.
I thought you could only go like summit it in the summer. I thought this was like the no-go time. I could be way off on that. I know at one point there's only like a small window where you can actually summit it.
Hundreds of hikers have been rescued from Mount Everest after a severe snowstorm. Whew. Cats and dogs. Let me see what I got here, Doug. About 900 hikers, guides, and other staff who were stranded by a weekend snowstorm on the Chinese side of Mount Everest have reached safety. A severe storm struck the area Saturday night, cutting off access to where the hikers were staying in tents at an altitude of more than 4,900 meters. That's 16,000 feet to you and me, Russ. In all, 580 hikers and more than 300 guides, yak herders.
Yak herders?
I just read what's in the teleprompter.
What kind of job is that? I'm going to herd yaks.
And other workers were stranded. About 350 hikers were able to descend by noon Monday, and the rest had arrived by Tuesday. Some hikers had hypothermia, and a dozen of them were escorted to a meeting point by teams with food, medicine, heating, and oxygen supplies.
Yeah. I saw some TikTok of some guy who summited it, and he was at the top, and he was just like, basically, he was like, not worth it. He's like, his whole face was completely frozen.
I wouldn't think so.
He was like,
where's the fun in
There's
that?
like giant sores on his face.
Oh, from the yaks, probably.
Because it takes a long time, because you have to like acclimate to the altitude once you get to a certain point.
And did you say 16,000 feet?
Yeah.
So that's too high for a helicopter to go get you, right?
Yeah. If you're once you get to a certain
that's
point,
why there's a bunch of bodies up there, just frozen. You just kind of they're landmarkers,
right? Yeah,
like
death
you know
camps.
you're at a certain point,
right?
Because there's the body of so and so.
Yeah, it's like death zone.
and he isn't going anywhere.
Right.
But let's
He's
keep
been there
going.
for decades.
Let's keep going anyway, because this is so much fun.
Well, that's the thing. Once you get to a certain point, it's either you are coming down on your own, or that's where you'll stay forever. It's really crazy, and people spend ungodly amounts of money to do it.
Just to be able to say they did it.
Yeah, see the world from the highest point.
How about the people that climb up the sides of rocks? Have you seen these videos?
Climb like
rock climbers,
like spelunking.
Spelunking, that's going in caves, isn't it?
Right.
But this is where you hammer something in the side of the rock and you climb up.
There's
that
like a
way.
mat
Those
underneath.
free climbers are absolutely insane.
Doug's shaming the working man again. People have to herd stuff, yaks or otherwise. That's from Jackson's boy body.
Well, how many yaks need herding?
6.
And what are they doing up there on Mount Everest anyway? What good are they there?
Gallivanting.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are plenty of yak salesmen.
Does Doug know anything? Show prep!
Oh.
But my mom loves you. I don't see it. That's from the 314. Guys, I saw Gwen and Blake at Coconuts at the lake this summer. That's from Hottie Toddy.
Oh, really?
Oh, things been going rough for them?
I don't know.
Hottie Toddy, good gosh almighty. Doug, they're hosting Washington State in a game that you're confused by being on the schedule.
32.5 points. I wouldn't touch it.
I thought you were on Ole Miss.
I think Ole Miss is really good, but those like giant spreads, like one thing goes wrong and it totally blows that up. Or a fourth quarter where your heart's not in it. I can't all good conscious give that out.
You don't think Lane's going to make sure he gets home for everybody?
No, but I still love that Texas spread.
You're taking Boomer.
Yeah, no, I'm taking the Longhorns.
Oh, you're taking the Longhorns.
It makes no sense.
Because you're leaning into it.
Leaning into the stink play. This might be the biggest lean into the stink play of the whole year.
Just so you know, Hottie Toddy has the following weeks at Georgia and at Oklahoma.
So do you think that they need to kind of go crazy on the Cougars?
No, I'm just telling you that they might be in classic look-ahead mode.
I know, that's what the question you have to ask yourself. So if you think that there's some losses ahead of you, you might want to go crazy. But if you think, if you're trying to save up for those games, then the 32 might be.
Let me tell you something, though, and I want everybody to listen to me and listen to me real nice like, because I know we got a lot of Ole Miss alums in this audience.
Mm-hmm.
If they are able to get out of at Georgia and at Oklahoma with just one loss, I don't know how not only they are in the college football playoff, but I want everybody to listen to me and listen to me real nice like, because they don't have one. They're not in Atlanta for the SEC championship game. Because following at Georgia and at Oklahoma, they've got Lenoris. They've got the Citadel. It's a classic rivalry game.
Yeah.
If you can get Washington State on October 11th and Citadel on November 8th, you've got yourself a little test. They host. Maybe it'll be Billy Napier, Sunbelt Billy. Maybe it'll be somebody else on the 15th of November, another week off, and then they travel to Stingray and Mississippi State. So, Hottie Toddy, you might be able to put into the SEC championship
Right.
If they can go 1-1 with the trips to Athens and Boomer Sooner. That's what I'm saying about Boomer Sooner. Short the market. That's what I'm telling you. I'm just looking at the schedule. Short the market. I don't know how you can. It's not an indictment of them.
Sure.
Just saying, look at the schedule. Schedule's brutal.
If they can withstand the storm without Mateer, and he can come back for like the meat of that troubled schedule for the Sooners.
He's not playing this weekend.
No.
I was watching Venables talk yesterday, unless he's just blatantly lying. They got Texas, Doug, don't say shootout, Red River rivalry.
Okay.
Then they go to travel to see Lenoris. Then they're at home against Hottie Toddy. Then they're at Jackson's guy, Josh Heupel. Then they're at Alabama. Then they're at home against Missouri. And then they're at home against LSU. Godspeed if you can only lose 2 games there.
Yeah, for real.
You know what I mean?
They would be one of the best resumes in all of college football if they only had 2 losses.
Yeah, I think they'd be the number 1 seed if they only had 1 loss.
Yeah, agreed.
So, just do with it what you want. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email. The day's coming up next. TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. Morning After. 101 ESPN. TMA STL YouTube channel. Somebody says somebody fell off of El Capitan last week. Doug, you might not want to rock climb either.
No, I'm not going to.
That's from Kara Spencer's Karen cut. She's new.
I do like a hike, but I don't think I would want to summit anything. You know,
you're not going to summit Mount Everest and get it for your Instagram?
No. I'd write a big check not to have to go and do that.
That sounds awful. I have to carry a backpack up with your whole life in it. I'm out.
Rucksack.
Yeah, I'm out.
The best bet of the week is Alabama -2.5, and there's no reason to bet any other games unless you just want to have a rooting interest. Thanks. That's Griff 2, so he loves Roll Tide -2.5.
Is that what the number's down to? Is 2.5?
2.5.
Wow.
I think it might have gone back up to 3 or 3.5.
I bet it gets up to 4.5 by kickoff.
USA Today just came out with the coaching salaries and the rankings. Doug, would you like to...
Highest paid coaches?
Yep.
Ooh, this is actually kind of a tough question.
Oh, okay. How about Kirby Smart?
Yes, number 1, 13.2.
How about Ryan Day?
Yes, number 2. Here you go. All right, let's
Okay.
go. I don't think you're going to get 3, though. I got to be honest with you. Let's go. Big Ten.
James Franklin.
No.
Oh.
Not even in the top 10.
Oh, well, pardon the hell out of me.
Yeah, I mean, you asked a question.
How about the guy at Oregon?
No, and we got to know names.
I don't have his name for you right now.
Dante Moore again.
Okay. Oh, Lord. Did you say number 3?
Yes. He doesn't enjoy defense.
Doesn't enjoy defense.
There's only like 3 teams in
Indiana,
Big Ten who can win.
Michigan doesn't enjoy defense. Oh, that threw me off. USC coach. I don't even know who's in the Big Ten anymore. Can I have initials, please?
LR.
Larry Rooster.
Remember the Red Rooster in the WWF? He came out and his only gimmick was he had a mullet, but they fluffed it to make it look like a rooster.
That's when it's time to get out of the business. If they tell you you're not good enough just to be yourself,
and then I think when
dress
Dances
like a
with Wolves
rooster.
came out, he became Tatanka.
Did he?
He did.
God, poor guy.
Best picture.
I mean, you got to know that your career is about over when you're wearing rooster spurs at a WWE event. That's about it.
Time to look yourself.
You have to switch to Tatanka.
I imagine a guy like that loses every match too, right? You're not going to let the rooster win.
He's going to help get the Brooklyn Brawler over. Lincoln Riley's 3.
Okay, yes, Lincoln Riley.
Jackson's guy Dabo is 4. Steve Sarkisian 5. Dan Lanning 6. Kalen DeBoer 7. Brian Kelly, who's a cute little Southern debutante from South Boston who talks like he's from the Delta. He's at 8. Bill Belichick, Doug, is getting value for you at 9. And then the train is at 10. Lane is at 10. Eli Drinkwitz is at 11.
Huh. Good for him.
I know you just said the top 10. Did Sarkisian not make the top 10?
Yes, he was 5.
Okay, got it. Thank you. My apologies.
Okay. I'm surprised that Drinkwitz would be that high.
Brett Bielema is 19. He's just ahead of Jackson's other guy in South Carolina, Shane Beamer.
That's a crazy amount of money.
Well, why don't we coach college football? I got shot from the freshman high school team.
Yeah,
I got credibility.
Can play Madden really well.
And how many of those guys were actually good players in their own right?
That would be an interesting question, like the correlation between
Kirby Smart picked off Peyton Manning as a cornerback at Alabama. How about that? For a wide number of reasons. All right, we got to do the design, air, heating, and cooling email. It's coming up to 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues open up the season tomorrow evening, and you can hear it right here on 101 ESPN against the Wild. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Podcast the show at Schaefer Doors Podcast. That is on the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. Schaefer Doors online at SCHAEFER door.com. That's Jason Gosrow and his team. And if you run into any issues with your garage door, whether this be residential or this be commercial, Schaefer Door is the company to work with. It's Schaefer Door Company online at SchaeferDoor.com. And they set up a number for TMA listeners to call 636-782-3608. That's going to give the quickest response time. It's Schaefer Door Company online at SchaeferDoor.com. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day.
Oof, that was the
Wrong. Gosh.
Doug is...
How long have we been
1
doing
foot
it?
in Chicago.
I guess so.
With all due respect to Wayne Gretzky, there is only one great one, and he was running point on TMA on October 8th, 2025. Just off the charts good today. The man is playing chess whilst everyone else is playing DRAUGHT.
Draft?
It's another name for checkers.
No.
And that's why I refuse to continue this email with a sexual reference of any kind. It would cheapen the meaning of this very email. Besides, I am in emotional turmoil. My guy and I had a fight. And this Watson Road Holiday Inn room is a tad lonely. Khaki sheets to lie on. Khaki sheets to cry on.
Kevin Miller.
Pleated sheets.
Guys, thanks for finally getting to the very topical siege of Megara and Pigs discussion. Since we're short on time, squeals split, smoky dusk, flaming pigs charge through the ranks. Megan's hold firm. Until next time, it's from the TMA Troubadour.
TMA Troubadour.
Happy Wednesday, lads. Jackson has been all the talk around the water cooler this morning. Is he leaving for the big radio in Chicago town? Is he going to court for some reason? Could it be headshot photo day and he just wants to spice it up a bit? If legal issues are the route, I could need pistol papers to represent me against the CYC Board of Athletics for scheduling a game at the same time as Mizzou, Bama.
Oof.
I'm off to meet some yak herders at the top of Mount Fenton, formerly known as Wet Willie's. Cheers, that's from my cousin Vinny.
Okay. My cousin Vinny.
Oh, how would you like it if you had something to do between 11 and 3 this Saturday? I'd be a hornet.
Yeah, I'd be ill.
And finally, listeners, we have a big announcement here on 670 The Score, live on the Reginald and the Warhog Show. We can now report that we have landed an up-and-coming talent to produce the show named Action Jackson for the mean streets of Olivet, but the Hamptons while summering. You may be familiar with his work in St. Louis, where he produced a show with a word-perfect document, sometimes remembered to play drops, and handled the pronunciation of last names well. Most recently, he has been a regular guest on Gareth's pretentious Movie Boy podcast. He comes to us with bright eyes and a can-do attitude as an NBA enthusiast who is going to be learning puck as our NHL correspondent. We tripled his salary, but also had to create a support role for his friend Mark. But we got it done, and he will join us on January 1st. That's from Shooter McGavin, the Vice President of Shady Video Poker Protections.
Shooter McGavin.
That's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Doug, do you have any answers to what you got?
None of them just jump out at me. I'm going to go Kevin Miller.
Shooter.
Shooter jumps out all day.
Lucas.
Congratulations to Shooter McGavin. You have won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. And if you work with Mentality, you're going to win at life. Get tested at Mentality. Go to mentalityhealth.com. If you are feeling sluggish, if you are not feeling like yourself, if your family's noticing something is just off, that's where Mentality can help. If the bedroom could talk, would you have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older, work stress, or the undeniable fact that we're all becoming our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. And it could also mean your testosterone's calling it quits and you never got the memo. Mentality can help change that. Stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. That's at mentalityhealth.com. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.